Judy note, things aren't getting worse, they're just being exposed. The worse things get, the easier it is to see who is awake, asleep, or evil. The worse things get, the easier it is to do the right thing. WHG Grandpa. United States Special Operations Forces are now in the final stages of coordinating mass arrests across the nation, targeting deep state operatives embedded in government, media, and corporate sectors who have long evaded justice for their crimes against humanity. Reliable sources within military intelligence confirm that over 500 high-profile indictments have been unsealed in the last 72 hours, including key figures in the financial cabal responsible for economic sabotage and human trafficking networks. Child rescue operations have intensified globally, with Delta teams extracting over 300 innocent souls from underground facilities in California and Nevada alone this weekend. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation looms imminently, 48 hours to blackout, or by Wednesday afternoon December 10, 2025. With preliminary tests completed on Monday 7th of December across all 50 states, signaling readiness for the nationwide alert that will expose the full extent of corruption to every American household. Military briefings indicate that the EBS will commence no later than Monday 15th of December, delivering President Trump's recorded address to the nation. My fellow Americans, what you are about to go through will be very painful, but trust the plan, victory is at hand. During this sacred interlude, global alliances will dismantle the last vestiges of tyranny, ensuring that no child suffers another day in silence. Watch for 10 Days of Darkness, where the military will take over all TV, radio, internet and other communication networks to show 8-hour documentaries 24/7 about the truth of what was really going on and why. The new republic that functioned under concepts of the original Constitution including common law will be announced at the end of the 10 Days of Darkness. Quantum Financial System, QFS, protocols have been fully integrated across 209 nations, securing asset-backed currencies against fraud and ensuring instantaneous, tamper-proof transactions. On Wednesday 10th of December, 2025 the revaluation, RV, of global currencies will officially launch, commencing with Tier 4B appointments for humanitarian projects. On Friday, December 12, 2025 NISR's implementation forgives all personal and national debts, while ushering in debt-free prosperity for every family, a covenant of restoration where the burdens of the past are lifted, and the meek inherit the earth. Beginning Tuesday, December 16, 2025 this wealth transfer orchestrated by the St. Germain World Trust will redistribute trillions, with initial payouts for those with redemption codes, enabling the rebuilding of communities ravaged by engineered crises. Rates for the Iraqi dinar and other keys are locked at historic highs. Timing, be prepared. Timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire international situation. The mainstream media will close down while people will be asked to stay indoors to watch documentaries explaining what was going on. Monday 8th of December QFS Global Alert Tier 4B, Sovereign Ascension Protocol active, Quantum Financial System on Telegram Secure Floor, 6 o'clock Zulu. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency Grid has evolved beyond overunity into perpetual quantum abundance. The concept of percentage complete has been deleted from every server on Earth. The grid is now the living heartbeat of the planet. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 1914 Reno time on November 28, 2025, exactly 9 days, 10 hours, and 46 minutes ago. That timestamp is now taught to children in the new curriculum as Liberation Zero. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 10 hours, straight from the master wall. 3,800,000 plus Tier 4B accounts upgraded overnight from redeemed to sovereign creator status with unlimited gold-backed digital certificate minting authority. Dragon Family Ancient Gold Vaults beneath Macau Masternode physically opened for the first time in 3,700 years. Live feed shows rivers of molten gold flowing into the planetary liquidity ocean. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets auto-escalated to self-replicating status. Every approved project now spawns 7 mirror projects instantly. Quantum entanglement security locks upgraded to galactic standard. Any remaining 0.0000003% dark signatures vaporized by Andromeda Council Tachyon Pulse at 5:59 Zulu. Leaked Reno Master Control audio burst, 5:59 and 59 seconds Zulu. Open channel, every speaker on earth heard it simultaneously for 3 seconds. This is the voice of the One. The simulation has ended. The kingdom has been restored. You are the wealth now. Walk as gods among men. It is done. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded, already ruling, already eternal. QFS Global Command, secure floor out. All eyes on the new earth. It is glorious. Senizer and Jazar activation timeline. Sunday, December 28, 2025, the old financial grid shows its first visible fractures. Settlement delays rise as quantum rails quietly take control. Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026, sovereign protocols begin sinking. Debt registers freeze. Gold-backed valuations enter internal calibration. Wednesday, 7 Jan. 2026, public phase alignment initiates. Notification channels open. The shift becomes impossible to hide. Monday, December 8, 2025, 48-hour final countdown just started. 3 channels close forever when the blackout hits. 1. At 10 days of darkness, 2s. January 20, 2026, internet dies, phones go EBS only. 2. At EBS_alert_live this week, EBS goes live, cabal arrests announced. If your device isn't set, you hear nothing. 3. At Gitmo now, first 500 Gitmo flights tracked, executions during blackout, no more delays. Monday, December 8, 2025, global operations are accelerating and the real story is not on television. WH Grandpa on Telegram. While the media floods America with distractions, political theater, and staged outrage, the real shift is happening out of sight. What unfolded this week was not random chaos. It was cover for something much larger moving beneath the surface. Behind every headline, something else was happening. Private intel confirms that bond fund deliveries to paymasters accelerated with unprecedented speed. The flow was so intense that several teams had to rotate around the clock just to keep up. This is not a test run. This is what a controlled global realignment looks like. Private appointments have already begun. Not upcoming. Not preparing. Begun. Those who organize their projects and position themselves early are the ones being contacted first. This phase is not about waiting. It is about readiness. And here is what the public does not understand. Straight cash exchanges are over. The new system operates through structured wealth placement, secure accounts, and advisory oversight. Every individual will direct their funds into protected channels, guided by specialists tied directly to Treasury and QFS infrastructure. While Americans are distracted by market swings, congressional drama, celebrity-generated noise, and manufactured social conflict, the actual machinery of transition is already in motion. These events were not accidental. They were synchronized. The public sees confusion. We see cover. The truth behind this week is simple. The system is shifting faster than they want you to realize. Restored Republic. Fraudulent claim that the United States is not operating as a corporate entity or under commercial administration. Failure to distinguish de jure from de facto government. Joseph Anthony Low. 03. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States v. Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil, operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereign immunity and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DoD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUNS system, identified by Commercial and Government Entity, CAGE, codes, and subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. A sovereign government has no requirement to register as a vendor for profit. Yet the following entities are registered with D, U, N, S, numbers: United States Government, 0527141196. White House, 037404123 Department of Justice, 040535809 Federal Bureau of Investigation, 039256165 Unified Judicial System, South Dakota, 627,496,318. These entries are prima facie evidence of corporate function. See #R below for full document. Monday, December 8, 2025 Smartphones worldwide were quietly infected with Israeli malware hidden in ads, giving the surveillance company Alexa full access to cameras, microphones, chat apps, emails, GPS locations, photos, files, and browsing activity, Mega King on Telegram. Monday, December 8, 2025 Just in, U.S. State Department issues emergency travel warning for U.S. citizens to avoid all travel within 50 kilometers of the Thailand-Cambodia border due to significant escalation in the conflict between the two countries. Monday, December 8, 2025, well. They followed the money, and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization. Monday, December 8, 2025, large M7.6 earthquake plus tsunami strikes Japan after M7.0 in Alaska, major unrest. Monday, December 8, 2025 So, who cares? DeGeneres and Porsche leaving UK after ditching US over Trump. Monday, December 8, 2025 Bombshell alert, Deep State exposed, Obama-era day official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels, December 8, 2025. Monday, December 8, 2025 The charges are clear, treason, sedition, and betrayal, Obama's day of reckoning is coming. Monday, December 8, 2025 Executive Order, One Rule to Lead the World, Trump declares war on bureaucracy to protect America's AI future. Monday, December 8, 2025 Just in, Edward Snowden drops digital nuke on Joe Rogan, they can control your device, your data, your life. Monday, December 8, 2025 Newsmax, Gitmo TV, a man from Somalia came to America, started a non-profit and opened a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency. He's getting over $5 million per year from American taxpayers, being given no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills, and is building a military in Somalia. He has been funneling money back to Somalia to build a military in Somalia. The guy is running a migrant services agency that bills Maine Care, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. He said he raised money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as the president of Jubaland. Yes, that is a real state in Somalia, and to be clear, in Somalia, he's running to be the warlord of Jubaland. Elections in Jubaland aren't exactly like elections in America, it's whoever has the most guns is able to certify the election. So he needed to buy a paramilitary organization and paramilitary support in order to win that election. Abdullahi Ali's background came to Maine founded Gateway Community Services, a migrant services non-profit. Gateway Community Services received millions in taxpayer-funded Maine Care payments and no-bid contracts from Democratic Governor Janet Mills' administration. Former employees allege systematic fraudulent billing, overbilling by nearly $1 million in earlier audits. Governor Janet Mills created the Office of New Americans, whose sole employee, from Sudan, is a former Gateway Community Services staffer. Monday, December 8, 2025 Dr. Oz, you've probably heard the news by now, Minnesota fraudsters stole over $1 billion from Medicaid. And you deserve an explanation. Our staff at CMS told me they've never seen anything like this in Medicaid, and everyone from Governor Tim Walz on down needs to be investigated, because they've been asleep at the wheel. Based on what we know now, this is a clear dereliction of duty. First, the facts. In recent years, Minnesota Medicaid launched several new programs, including housing stabilization services, which help disabled homeless individuals, and early intensive developmental and behavioral intervention, which reimburse therapy costs for families with autistic children. Some bad actors in Minnesota's Somali community decided to game the system. And when they got away with it, they decided to go bigger. The housing program was supposed to cost $2.6 million annually. Last year, it paid out over $100 million. The autism program ballooned from $3 million in 2018 to nearly $400 million in 2023. These scammers use stolen taxpayer money to buy flashy cars, purchase overseas real estate, and offer kickbacks to parents who enrolled their kids at fake autism treatment centers. Some of it may have even made its way to the Somalian terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Monday, December 8, 2025, military arrests Obama's VA secretary for treason and massive financial crimes. The deep state just took a direct hit. The United States Army CID has arrested Eric Shinseki, Obama's former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, for treason, embezzlement, money laundering, and bank fraud. At 83 years old, he was pulled from his Honolulu home after investigators confirmed he siphoned nearly $300 million from the VA during Obama's years in power. His scheme began quietly in 2012 with small transfers into Cayman Islands accounts. Within months he was moving millions through fake charities and shell companies he personally created. For over a year he drained funds meant for wounded veterans while pretending to run audits on the very accounts he robbed. The truth broke open when a dying Army lieutenant colonel confessed everything to his son in November 2025. The son avoided the corrupted DOJ and went straight to CID. A month-long review of Obama-era ledgers revealed a full-scale theft. Shinseki lived modestly, which helped hide the offshore fortune that investigators believe was intended for future political operations. On Thursday morning, CID entered his Honolulu residence with a military warrant. His caretaker tried to delay them, but agents found him in bed and took him into custody. His claim of identity theft collapsed immediately. Investigators already held signed transfers, wire trails, and dissolved entities tied directly to him. This arrest is the first crack in a much larger structure. Under Trump and Secretary Hegseth, the military purge inside the VA is accelerating. The years of denied claims, slow-roll medical care, and political weaponization are now being traced back to the same network that protected Obama. Shinseki's fall signals that the chain is breaking and more arrests are expected. The reckoning has begun. And Monday, December 8, 2025, the dossier they never expected you to read, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. They hid these programs because they were never meant to reach the public. Bluebird, Artichoke, MKUltra, Mockingbird, Paperclip, Midnight Climax. 6 covert engines that shaped the modern world while citizens lived under the illusion of freedom. These were not studies. They were weapons designed to fracture memory, hijack identity, and manufacture obedience on a national scale. Every newly opened file confirms the same truth. The government was not researching control. It was mastering it. Bluebird began the descent by testing hypnosis, chemical amnesia, and identity stripping on the most vulnerable. Artichoke pushed further, exploring how to erase free will entirely. The story is not that these programs existed. The story is that their architecture never vanished. It evolved, adapted, and moved deeper underground, waiting for a moment when the public no longer questioned who built the world they are living in. Monday, December 8, 2025, military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka, the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. The maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution, executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025, assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, UVU, challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front-row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. FBI ballistic markers on the lawn left of the stage further contradict the FBI's rooftop shooter claim, indicating a trajectory from the right side of the crowd area, consistent with a ground-level operative. These anomalies align with insights from Candace Owens' recent broadcast, which analyzes crowd footage revealing an anomalous cluster of young, fit men, all attending solo, clad in the same maroon hue, and stationed at key angles around the stage. Unlike panicked attendees who ducked or fled, many of these individuals stood firm, methodically filming the incident from preset positions. Critically, the viral videos that defined the lone gunman storyline, all amplified rapidly across platforms, originated from these maroon-shirted figures, simulating grassroots dissemination. Veterans from US, UK, French, and other special operations units have corroborated to Candace Owens that maroon serves as a global identifier for airborne and elite forces, often as a color of the day for undercover federal or quick reaction teams. In high-chaos scenarios, it enables instant ally recognition amid extraction or protection protocols. This orchestrated uniformity exemplifies CIA-owned color revolution tactics, deployed in regime change efforts like Ukraine's 2014 Maidan Uprising. Such operations fabricate spontaneity through pre-positioned assets, controlled narratives, and visual cues to mask coordination as organic unrest. Here, the Maroon cadre ensured narrative dominance while the FBI has offered no explanation for their positioning, composure under fire, or the suppression of contradictory family-submitted footage. Military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka, the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. The maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution, executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025, assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, UVU, challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front-row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. Monday, December 8, 2025. The Clintons, CIA and MENA, the core allegations, condensed, Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. During Bill Clinton's governorship of Arkansas, 1979-81, 1983-92, the remote MENA Intermountain Airport allegedly became a major hub for CIA-backed Iran-Contra operations. With Congress banning direct funding of the Nicaraguan Contras, the Reagan-Bush administration allegedly used covert channels to arm the rebels and bring cocaine north to finance them. Key claims: drug pilot and CIA asset Barry Seal moved his operation to MENA in 1981, flying weapons south and returning with hundreds of kilos of cocaine monthly. Declassified documents and IRS probes confirm large-scale money laundering through Arkansas banks. Weekly cash drops reportedly exceeded $9 million. State-level investigations were repeatedly blocked, charges dropped citing national security. Clinton associates, Dan Lassiter, Patsy Thomason, Jackson Stevens, ADFA, were linked to the network. Court securitization, CRIS and CUSIP mechanisms. Court dockets are monetized through the Court Registry Investment System, CRIS. Bonds are assigned CUSIP numbers and sold on the secondary market. This is not speculative, it is documented in annual comprehensive financial reports, ACFRs. Such mechanisms do not exist in a common law judiciary. They exist only in commercial enforcement systems. False distinction between United States and federal corporation. 28 U.S.C. 3215 defines United States as a federal corporation for purposes of debt collection. This is a narrow admission of the true nature of its financial character. Courts claiming that this is limited in scope fail to reconcile the government's commercial enforcement of civil penalties, tax collection, and performance bonds under the same structure. Bar members as foreign agents under 22 U.S.C. Section 611, agents of foreign principals must register. Bar associations derive their lineage from the Inns of Court under the British Crown. The use of Esquire is a prohibited title of nobility under Article I, Section 9, Clause 8. Every judge, prosecutor, and defense attorney holding a bar card operates under a private guild not recognized in the Constitution. Administrative procedure versus constitutional law. The federal judiciary no longer operates under Article III principles. Modern courts are Article I legislative tribunals applying administrative law. The use of summary judgment, docket bonding, and statute-only enforcement shows departure from judicial due process and entry into commercial enforcement. Bankruptcy claims, misstated. No case number is needed to affirm national insolvency. The Emergency Banking Act of March 9, 1933, amended Section 5B of the Trading with the Enemy Act and granted extraordinary powers to the executive. Proclamation 2039 and 2040 declared a banking emergency and suspended gold redemption. Congress enacted House Joint Resolution 192, June 5, 1933, abrogating the Gold Clause. These actions constitute acts in bankruptcy and equity, not through Title 11. All attempts to rebut these claims by invoking outdated dicta or mischaracterizing them as sovereign citizen arguments are intellectually dishonest. The current system does not resemble the organic constitution. It functions as a commercial trust administration governed by international and corporate standards. The existence of foreign influence, commercial registration, administrative law, and judicial monetization are beyond dispute. To deny these facts is to either operate in ignorance, willful blindness, or complicity. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States v. Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil, operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereign immunity and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DoD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUNS system, identified by Commercial and Government Entity, CAGE, codes, and subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. These registrations are not symbolic, they are instruments of contractual jurisdiction, whereby presumed commercial entities consent to binding foreign administrative rules for the purposes of procurement, indemnity, and financial operation. Through the Court Registry Investment System, CRAS, court cases are securitized, assigned CUSIP numbers, and traded as bonded instruments. Every appearance in court initiates a presumption that the man or woman has consented to being treated as a legal person, trustees, and is subject to performance bonds, bid bonds, and payment bonds, with proceeds deposited into pooled revenue streams recorded in Annual Comprehensive Financial Reports, ACFRs. These are not hypothetical or theoretical constructs, they are present in the internal ledgers of federal, state, and municipal entities. Furthermore, the Bar Association monopoly is a foreign guild structure, with lineage tied to the Inns of Court under ecclesiastical crown authority. No member of the bar has proven lawful delegation of constitutional power to interpret or enforce the organic constitution. Under 22 U.S.C. Section 611, any person acting on behalf of a foreign principal is a foreign agent and must be registered. No bar member adjudicating matters in court presents proof of such registration or rebuttal to the presumption of foreign allegiance. The merger of law and equity in 1938, via the Supreme Court's ruling in Erie Railroad Company v. Tompkins, and the implementation of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, destroyed the separation of common law and chancery. Courts ceased operating under constitutional authority and began applying commercial codes and statutory equity, converting tribunals of law into administrative enforcement venues. This administrative switch created a presumption that all parties appearing are either decedents, wards, or incompetent sureties, as in the construct of the Sestui vi trust, historically derived from Roman civil law and canon law under the Vatican system. When a court, judge, or attorney engages in this framework without full disclosure, they commit constructive fraud. When they conceal the existence of fiduciary bonds, commercial trading of case instruments, and the use of foreign commercial law in place of constitutional due process, they participate in misprision of treason under 18 U.S.C. Section 2382. This entire system operates on presumptions, that the man or woman voluntarily consented to be treated as a commercial entity, that the name in all caps signifies the living being, and that jurisdiction is proper. None of these presumptions have been proven, and their enforcement without disclosure constitutes fraud, ultra vires action, and violation of the organic constitution. Judicial denial, willful ignorance, and the fraud of legal excuses. A pattern emerges wherein agents of the current legal-industrial complex rely upon outdated judicial opinions, disjointed statutory interpretations, and categorical dismissals of lawful inquiry under the rhetorical branding of frivolous, sovereign citizen, or baseless conspiracy. This tactic serves not only to discredit lawful investigation into structural fraud, but also to insulate a privatized administrative apparatus from legitimate challenge. The judicial citations commonly relied upon: United States v. Maurice, 1823, United States v. Perkins, 1896, Dinghy, 1831, and others, predate the commercial and financial reconstruction of the federal government following the Act of 1871, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, the Emergency Banking Relief Act of 1933, and the United Nations Charter of 1945. These transformative events implemented wholesale structural overlays and cannot be rebutted by case law that precedes their legislative enactment. Further, the disingenuous invocation of 28 U.S.C. Section 3215, while simultaneously denying its relevance, is itself a legal contradiction. The statute clearly defines United States as including a federal corporation, a statutory definition crafted within the context of commercial debt enforcement. To suggest that this classification has no bearing on the operational nature of federal agencies, many of which operate as bonded corporations for procurement under UCC titles, is to willfully ignore the construct of functional jurisprudence, where conduct outweighs label. The claim that there are no articles of incorporation is both misleading and misdirected. Sovereign governments do not require articles of incorporation under private corporate law. However, incorporated municipal entities, such as the United States as defined post-1871, do operate as legal persons under corporate charters passed through congressional acts. The government of the District of Columbia, which now serves as the federal seat, is a corporate entity per statute. The U.S. Government Printing Office, GPO, the Department of Treasury, and other departments publish registration identifiers and DUNS information clearly affirming corporate capacity to contract. The claim that no bankruptcy court or trustee exists ignores the construct of reorganization via emergency powers, wherein the President of the United States, through the Treasury and Federal Reserve, assumed commercial trusteeship over all citizens and assets via the Trading with the Enemy Act, 1917, and the Emergency Banking Relief Act, 1933. No formal Chapter 11-style bankruptcy is required when reorganization occurs by proclamation, executive order, and statutory debt instruments. Ignorance of these facts, intentional or negligent, is not an excuse. To cite modern court opinions that mock, dismiss, or label such analysis as frivolous is not legal refutation, but circular logic and judicial gaslighting. Courts, as commercial venues monetizing securitized proceedings, hold a vested interest in denying the existence of the construct that sustains them. To serve this system while denying its existence is to commit fraud by silence. The bar-controlled judiciary, the bonded fiduciary officers, and foreign-aligned agencies are not immunized by habit or legacy. They are subject to the rule of law, and that law includes the maxim that fraud vitiates everything it touches. To say that a government which bonds its officers, securitizes its cases, contracts via foreign identifiers, operates under international treaties, trains its enforcers through guild-based associations, and treats its people as trust property as sovereign, is a mockery of language, law, and logic. Fundamental breach of constitutional trust and the return to principle: a lawful government derives its just powers from the consent of the governed, not from secret financial instruments, foreign registration schemes, or adhesion contracts buried within administrative codes. The transition from de jure constitutional governance to de facto commercial administration has never been lawfully ratified by the people, nor publicly disclosed. It is thus null, void, and ultra vires. The Constitution's Article I, Section 9, Clause 8 forbids any title of nobility, yet all judges, attorneys, and officers bearing the title Esquire operate under a crown-derived guild that was never authorized by the people. The 10th Amendment preserves all powers not delegated to the federal government to the states and the people, yet the administrative overlays imposed by the Uniform Commercial Code, International Monetary Fund, United Nations, and Federal Reserve System have supplanted constitutional delegation with foreign-derived contract law. Article V states that treaties are the supreme law of the land, but this clause does not authorize treaties that contradict or override the Constitution's protections. Treaties cannot create foreign fiduciary obligations or debt pledges that strip the people of unalienable rights, nor can they place public offices under control of non-republican, supranational entities. The International Organization Immunities Act, 1945, unlawfully extended privileges, immunities, and foreign status to organizations never ratified as sovereign authorities over the American people. The Vatican-based trust model, through Roman civil law, canon law, and the Cestui Que Vie construct, treats all individuals as missing, thereby enabling the seizure and management of their estates via commercial instruments and administrative courts. This juridical conversion, combined with the posterior merger of equity and law, enables a silent transfer of sovereignty from the people to the corporate state. These facts are not theories, they are operational realities, confirmed through audit trails, public financial reports, agency registrations, and statutory code. That the courts ignore, judges conceal, and bar associations profit from these mechanisms does not change their legal character. The maxim remains, you cannot serve two masters. One cannot swear allegiance to a constitutional republic while simultaneously administering foreign commercial law for private gain. Officers who do so breach fiduciary duty, violate their oaths, and operate as de facto agents of a corporate cartel. The man or woman who rebuts the presumption of being a decedent, debtor, or trustee reclaims their lawful status as a living principle, entitled to the protections of natural law, common law, and the organic constitution. This rebuttal must be honored, not mocked. It must be heard, not dismissed. To remain silent in the face of this structure is to become complicit in treason. To deny it without investigation is to live in fraud. To defend it is to serve a foreign power. Joseph Anthony Lodato III.
There we go. I had to get the camera on there, so.
Sweet. Good job. That's lovely there.
Yeah. You know, we got a lot of people that seem to think that the military is somehow in opposition to what we're doing, or it's going to do something wild and crazy and just go take over the country or throw every bad guy out or whatever. That's not the way it works. The military is under the command of civilian government led by the commander-in-chief, who is the elected representative of the people.
Commander-in-chief.
The military commander-in-chief. So he's not out there just doing anything he wants, and neither is the military. They have certain protocols they operate within, and that they all must obey. And then the president commands the military. The military doesn't go off half-cocked. You know, people, they just got to send in the Army, got to send in the Marines, got to send in do this and that. They don't do it on their own. Why don't they just go in there and do something? They don't do it on their own. They do it under command. So, I'm thinking of the Tina Peters situation. Even there are certain protocols that they're not just going to take it on their own authority to do what needs to be done here. It's got to be in a command situation.
Yeah, most definitely.
So, I don't know if your people or if you talked about it much about the situation with Tina, but there's so much going on there, and we've got a kind of a tough moment here where her health is declining, and so even though we've talked about it, over the last couple of weeks, it's still a very critical moment, a critical issue that has to be addressed. And I know the president was made aware of some new developments that I don't think we have permission to talk about at this point in time, but I think there's things that are going on that some speed is in order to assist Tina at this point in time.
So, if we do the Venezuelan strike, do you think they'll do pretty much a insurrection act here in America?
Well, I don't think that's quite the way it works. There's here's part of what's going on in Venezuela. Maduro was given a kind of a choice several weeks back, and he was let known that he had till the 1st, and if he hadn't cleared the area, it was a free-for-all. Go get him. He's got a $50 million bounty on his head from the Justice Department. So he has to decide, does he want to live free, go somewhere, or be incarcerated in the U.S. And we've done it before. Pineapple Face was here for the remainder of his life, and Maduro can go enjoy a federal prison also. But as I understand it, and I think the information's accurate, but we don't have independent confirmation of it other than a couple of sources that are probably all playing off of one source. So again, it's really just one source through several people, that Maduro took a government aircraft, flew to the border of Venezuela, and then went in on foot or vehicle into Brazil, and then was going to be flown out to a location where he could enjoy the sunshine and relax the rest of his life. He'd be, not going very far, but he would not be incarcerated in a federal prison. As I understand it, that occurred, and he flew out of that location sometime early this morning, if that information is correct. And we don't have any independent confirmation of it. If he has left, and the people of Venezuela, at the point that they become aware that he's no longer there, that's when you get into something really interesting. See, Venezuela has been being run really real number for, at least 30 years, if not longer, by the Cubans. They were present before, but they really just took over everything about 30 years ago. And when they did that, you couldn't get a driver's license. You couldn't get your Social Security. You couldn't get a government contract unless Cubans were involved. They ran everything.
Wow.
And the country was really just a pawn state, Cuba, if you can imagine. And then Cuba with Russian control over Cuba up to a certain point. Now, really, it's Chinese control over Cuba. They've been willing to spend the money, and has been that way probably realistically for about a dozen years. And so, it's not a Russian vassal as much as it is now a Chinese. And let me just add this. In this bizarre twist of the way things have been going in Cuba all the way along back to the 50s, the Brits have been controlling operations in Cuba through Canada. And so Canadians continued to travel to Cuba even when Americans could not. And then Canadians brought back their cigars and everything else, and came and went from Cuba. When they needed car parts to keep their 50s cars working, they got them through Canada. So that connection to the Brits, who've really been doing stuff in this very obtuse way of doing it through Canada, a Commonwealth country, that is also going to be challenged. So what it's most likely going to happen, the Venezuelan people understand that they've been under the thumb of the Cubans for so long. Every dictatorship, even the vote stuff, was controlled by the Cubans. And so they're going to revolt. And the moment that Maduro is known to no longer be in the country, I expect that to be on. And the real issue is going to be, will the Cubans that are there stay and fight? There's a large number of them. Or where will they go? They don't have a private aircraft to get to the border. Will they be allowed egress to get back to Cuba or to some other location? Or are they going to stay there and fight it out? And by the way, South America, the Cubans are all over the place. The largest Russian embassy on the planet's over there in Mexico. And the Cubans are right there involved with everything there too, but also China. I had one of my contacts who does contract work for three-letter agencies, been doing that for a very long time. He and I talked just recently. He was down in Guatemala with a security team, and they were all essentially under contract to our government. And they just went out for beers in Guatemala. And when they were done, of course, in these South and Central American countries, and you know this, you don't really go out to dinner, say at sunset, you know, latter part of the day. You might take a siesta, get up, you know, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then you go out and you have a dinner and drink or two, and you're not done with that till, you know, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And that's just common in that culture. So they weren't doing anything weird. They're out there at 1:32 in the morning, had dinner, some beers, and they're walking back to their hotel, and they heard music coming from a spot and thought, well, you know, maybe we'll have one more beer. Well, they get in there, and it turns out it's a brothel being run by Cubans and Chinese. And they look around the room and realize, oh my gosh, and there's a band playing and all that. And so they're trying to make their exit. And there was a couple of things that happened. One of them was that there was a girl that was probably Ukrainian, but they don't know. And she just tried to latch on to one of the team members and just, you know, stay with them. No, you got to stay. I say, because of course they have to meet their quota every day. And just, you know, as he said, just a beautiful young girl. And but with their work, their clearances, etc., there was just no possible way, and they made their exit and left. And it was very clear that it wasn't just Eastern Europeans running this. The Chinese were all around, inside and outside the building, guarding the facility. The next day, when they were in a meeting with their counterparts there in Guatemala, they described the situation, their concerns, not wanting anybody to be confused. You know, they just didn't realize what they got into, and the guys all had a laugh and said, yeah, the Chinese have 3 of these places here in Guatemala. They're all over South America, and that's one of their primary ones. And it's them and the Cubans, and they bring these girls in from other parts of the world and prostitute them there in Guatemala, but it's the same in other places. Again, there's that alliance. I believe what's going to happen is that as Venezuela, as they realize that Maduro's not there, are going to have civil unrest, civil war, whatever it is. It's going to be aimed primarily at their main oppressors as they see it, which is the Cubans. And that's maybe just hours away at this point in time.
Right. So that's a great video. Thanks so much. Now, do you think that's going to spread? Do you think it'll spread over to Brazil with Lula, or Colombia maybe, or Mexico? Do you think it's going to spread at all?
You know, that's a really hard question. I don't think anybody actually knows for certain. I will say this. Let's come back to the U.S. for a moment.
Yeah.
We really lead the whole world at this particular moment, this second. Everybody's looking to see what we're going to do in reaction to the stolen elections.
Right.
And they've heard the talk. They've seen the truth texts from Trump concerning rigged election 2020, the people that did it. People all over the world are aware that their elections are also being compromised. You know, part of the stuff that I was doing over in Southeast Asia was around the South Korean election issues and the frauds going on there, which were the same people that we have in custody here in the U.S. now, protective custody, that are, some of them have already testified in grand juries in Florida, and there's other grand juries coming online right now in one particular state specifically. With that in mind, you know, these other countries, Brazil being one of them, have had their elections stolen from them. And there's the concern across South America and all the way up into Mexico. Are we going to address the election issue in a decisive way, the vote fraud? And as we get into it, because the people that we have in custody, when asked, and their affidavits, their testimony is that they did this in 71 countries plus the United States. They put leadership into the countries that wasn't the will of the people. They selected the leaders put them in, did a fraud on the vote, and so these people are leading countries around the world, and against the will of the people in those countries.
Mm-hmm.
If we, at the point we begin arrest, and some through the justice system, some going to Gitmo, at the point we begin that, I think it sends a critical message, a much needed message to other places in the world that we're not only going to address the election frauds here in America, but as we go back up the chain of command, we're going to go to these other countries and assist them in regaining control of their own countries. And they may very well be very emboldened. And I expect that. I think that's a natural outcome of what's got to happen here. But they're all looking for leadership here in America first to see it addressed here, and then they go after it there. And one of the things in a sidebar to all of that is Tina Peters, because in the course of this, she was the victim of a very heavy campaign to villainize anybody who would challenge the machines and their use in elections. And because she was right there in the home turf, the main office in the U.S. for Dominion is right there in Colorado. ES&S has an office there too, and there's a lot of the activity going on in those places. Well, they couldn't allow Tina right there from their home state to get away with this. It would damage their credibility in lots of places. So they fought super, super, super hard. And at the point that they can no longer hold their scarecrow to scare anybody else from coming in and challenging the machines and elections, at the point that Tina is no longer in their grip or the grip of their political apparatchiks, then I think that signals even to the rest of the world how serious we are. So I do expect, and let me just add this one caveat. President Trump is excruciatingly aware of Tina's plight, including her health issue and some other things that just happened in the last 48 hours that are very, very serious. He has a particular timing that he's been, I think, fixated to.
That's what I figured.
For various reasons. And so you can't interpret his failure to act as a failure. He is holding to, because there's other things that have to fall within this sequence. And for whatever reason that we may not understand, as hard as it is, because he wants her out, he's been very, very, very excruciatingly clear about that. He also can't do things that could screw up other things in play. So
she's definitely, I think, a key. And if she gets, I don't think when she gets free, she's going to be a figurehead in this election fraud.
Look at what Trump just did. He's revoking all of Biden's executive orders, executive actions that were done by the auto pen. Well, that was essentially everything, right? So it's about 2020, because he's not there validly. He wasn't doing it himself. Somebody else is running him by remote control. So 2020 isn't over, and the effects of it, it goes further than that too. Trump has also said, by the time he's done with Obama, it'll be like you were never here. He's going to revoke everything tied to that because he got into office through fraud, election fraud specifically. So, we are far from done with all of this, peddling back the deep state, if you will. It's on.
Yeah, and plus, like we've seen, Sheila Holm has been on my show quite a few times disclosing, how the Bush family, they're Scherf, and they're from Germany, and how, W was basically born in Germany, was in the German Navy uh, before he came here. So we're going to see a lot of these people, just like Obama. We're going to find out that they weren't U.S. citizens. They had no right to being in the presidency or the CIA or whatever. Uh, how how do you think that's going to get turned around? Because we're seeing how Joe Biden is having his administration basically crumble. Are we going to see something like that happen with, Obama and maybe even the Bush family?
Yeah, I think Michael and Barry are going to have to find new digs, or we'll find them for them.
Well, they're running to England, I hear.
Well, again, just like I mentioned, England through Canada to Cuba to
Ah,
Venezuela. The
wow.
Brits, ultimately, if you get right down to it, and I've said this for, a couple dozen years,
Mhm.
the Brits are who are really fighting here. We're still in the Revolutionary War. They still think that one way or another, they're going to run America. Remember when Obama, one of his big claims to fame was that he was a, uh, whatchamacallit scholar, um, uh, Rhodes Scholar, Cecil
Oh,
Rhodes,
right.
Diamond Cartels and all that,
July.
IDC. Cecil Rhodes scholarship was all about finding Americans who would then assist in returning the rogue nation America back under British authority and rule. I mean, you know, like the Revolutionary War didn't happen, and we're going back to British rule over America. Are you kidding me? Overt British rule, not covert, through all their various agencies and operations. Uh, the whole challenge of the legal bar association,
Right.
which is just a union, by the way, and it's not even legally supposed to. Being an attorney is not something that can be licensed except within their little bar thing. Technically, there is not supposed to be licensure for attorneys, and I know a lot of attorneys want to argue that. Well, you go back and look at the original understandings, and that's not the way it is. So that's something that'll continue to come up over the next few years, and because so much of the legal side of the way America operates is a hijacked operation, and judges and attorneys that are operating in an unconstitutional manner as though they get to decide what they want to back and not. So I think that's part of the storm. The storm is much bigger than most people have ever comprehended. It goes on much longer than most people have wanted to hear. They
Right.
think it's a once and done overnight operation. And in reality, there's so many roots of control into America um, that are clogging up the works that have to be unrooted. Uh, and the Brits are at the core of many of them, and then several of these families operating in plain sight, and the overt ones and the covert ones, not allowing that we can function independent of these globalista, these royalists, uh, uh, primarily operating through the City of London. So uh, we've got work to do to get their control of America um, uprooted and return it back to constitutional rule here in America.
So you're talking about the CCP. Mamdani looks like he's got some connection there, payouts and all kind of crazy stuff. You think Mamdani is actually going to go into New York as the mayor?
Well, whether he starts there or not, I think there's all sorts of questions. You can't have allegiance to and participate and do things related to communist groups and ideals, uh, and be your citizenship can be revoked if you're naturalized in that way. Uh, and weren't truthful, or turn and bite the hand that feeds you, that can all be rescinded. I think Trump, of all the people out there that would do it, he's the one that would do it. So, yeah. And by the way, he let Mandami come in. They talked to him at the White House and everything else. And Trump says, yeah, to the extent that he said things that he wanted to do policing and other stuff that was stuff Trump could agree with. Trump says, yeah, I feel safe under his administration. Blah blah blah. But then later that day, Trump signs that the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization.
Right.
Trump knew coming in that, and these people knew that they came in ready for kind of a fight, looking for some press, and thought he might get treated like Ramaphosa did from South Africa with his people, where the videos of the funerals of the white farmers was shown, and Ramaphosa acted like he had no knowledge, understanding of what that was all about. And I think the Mandami people had concern that that might occur and Trump would be brutish and rude, and they didn't get that. And Trump was nice enough, but he still stuck, right in there and got the uh, Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Trump is predictably unpredictable. At war, deception is the rule. You don't want your enemy to know exactly what you're doing, and you've got to get them guessing differently. I mean, that's D-Day. A deception saved, the whole invasion, perhaps not just lots of lives. It's the same thing here. Trump is doing things that cause our enemies to get ready to fight battles in ways and at places that they prepare for, and then he does something different and goes somewhere else. And they've lost time, energy, access to their munitions because of those sleight of hand things. I mean, that's part of chess. Where's he going with these moves? And you're trying to bait him into something else. I would even offer, the situation with Tina Peters. Tina is like a pawn in a great chess game. Trump
Yep.
is playing 5D chess. You got 5 boards, but you can only see 3 of them at any given moment. And the chess players that are playing can see the extra hidden boards, but the rest of the public doesn't get to see them. So you'll see players come in or go out of sight. You don't know if they're gone forever or they're just in a hidden board somewhere, or they got moved out of sight as opposed to moved out of the game. And they pop up at odd places at odd times. Just imagine a curtain around the top and bottom board. You can only see the 3 in the middle. And so this 5D chess, Tina is on the chessboard in this vast political game, nations. And in this game, somehow Tina finds herself on the board in the most critical thing, the elections. The most critical thing, most important thing Trump will have done in public life, in his time in public office, is to return honest elections to America and the rest of the world. That's what his goal is, honest elections. And it's number 1 top of his list. If you don't have honest elections, you don't have anything. And so Tina finds herself in this game that's for all the marbles, if you even want to call it a game. But as a pawn moving across the board, she's almost reached the other side. Now, if a pawn goes all the way to the far side of the board and isn't taken out, it becomes a queen, has all the motion, powers, authority of a queen. So that's the most mobile and dangerous piece on the chessboard. And Tina, part of the reason for opposing her as hard as she's being opposed, even right this second, at the instant that she's out of the grip of Colorado, out of the grip of people under the control of these globalista mafia that trade in counterfeit votes like other groups have traded in counterfeit dollars. counterfeit votes worth way more than a counterfeit dollar. At the moment that Tina reaches the other side of the board, she's as dangerous as any primary player in the game. And that's something that they cannot allow because it shifts the weight, the power of the whole game. She's gotten close and they're fighting tooth and nail not to let her get free. If she makes this next move to the far side of the board, she can be used everywhere and very effectively in explaining the vote problem. She's one of the most authoritative people because of all of her experiences and where she was at in this whole thing as it played out. So I believe that President Trump is going to take action. It's going to be very, very shortly for a bunch of reasons.
So if Maduro has vacated Venezuela, and that possibly was predicated because President Trump said, "Don't fly over Venezuela." So
yeah,
yeah, like, we're coming. You can leave.
Well, you know what they were doing, just so you know, kind of what was going on, and you understand this from your history.
Oh yeah.
We had aircraft that were flying hell bent for election, as though they were going to do something there in Venezuela. And so they do something in the north, and guys on the ground would be moving in the south to do certain tasks that needed to be done, and other locations back and forth. It kept everybody having to second guess what was going on. Remember, they got Chinese assistance, Cuban assistance. They might be getting some Russian assistance, whatever. Iranian, definitely. Just so people understand this situation with Venezuela. Several years ago, as early on in the Venezuela situation, I think it's about a dozen years ago, Russia did a deal with Venezuela, and they were getting oil. The main oil field there in Venezuela is called the Rockefeller Field, and Venezuela, as far as oil wealth, is richer than Saudi Arabia. So why is it so poverty stricken right now? Why don't they have Venezuelan, guys with sombreros instead of scarves over their head, running around owning the world? Because they've had horrid, leadership that has been stealing everything. Venezuela used to be a very prosperous, lucrative country. People go there and have fantastic vacations. Now it's worse than a hellhole. And the Venezuelan people are the real victims. In fact, in the course of whatever political unrest, civil unrest is coming in Venezuela, probably in the next hours, literally, America is going to be the best friend of the Venezuelan people because we're going to come up with some kind of a deal, come in and help them out. And somebody tried to, it's just for the oil because America wants their oil. Well, actually, no, there's an oil glut. Trump has engineered the situation so we have an oil glut going on in the world. He turned it on everywhere. Yeah. We're looking at oil headed for $40 a barrel, which in current dollars is close to the equivalent of what Reagan ran it down to at $10 a barrel, $8 a barrel even in 1983 and $84. Trump's bringing down oil prices. What's going to do more to stop the Ukraine war? This negotiations with Zelensky and everything else, or the fact that Russia, the oil prices are coming down. They're in the mid 50s now, headed for 40. Everybody knows it. And if it keeps going the direction it's going right now, without any Venezuelan oil really coming on the market, you're talking about oil at $40 a barrel because Trump's turning on the stuff, bringing down the oil prices at the pump, which is also got to be done with the refineries. Oil isn't just, it's not just that you have an oil glut. We have a problem with refineries. That's what happened back in the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Yeah, you talked about that. And, so taking out Venezuela could have an effect on Colorado and probably some other states that are, because we know Tren de Aragua, who's Venezuelan, gang was heavily in Colorado until President Trump came in and he sent ICE after him. So this may even, collapse a lot of these deep state operators within a lot of these, government offices and states.
Well,
Because
let me
there's
ask
a
you
lot of
this.
funding from the cartels.
Let me ask you this. How
Mhm.
safe do you think Tina is in a prison where a number of the inmates are from Tren de Aragua?
Yeah.
There's a lot at play. It's way bigger than most people realize, even to the whole globe, even to people in Venezuela, South Korea, South Africa, uh, places that you may never have heard of in your whole life, where they've all been under the grip of people in power who stole their way to power,
Yeah.
working for these international vote theft gangs. And as we deal with Tina's situation and as President Trump comes on full steam with the things that happen next, including, Gitmo open for business, not the little teeny uh, pre-sale that's going on with Tren de Aragua and some of the other people in Gitmo now. As we go to the real deal, it'll be a message of hope to the rest of the world. The whole world is hoping that we as the people get this under control, address it, and help them. And that's exactly what's coming.
Yep. Now, one thing, we can say we want this to happen, but when it happens, then they can collapse the economy because they pull the plug on the economy. So that's one of the things we're looking at. But I know you have been a huge proponent of silver, like myself. I'm looking at silver pre-market opening. It is up again big. It was up huge on Friday, and it's up again. It's looking
Well,
like
let me help people on that. Okay,
yeah,
so
please.
here's the way it actually broke down.
Mm-hmm.
Silver has been very suppressed, and it did a bit of a surge back at the beginning of October because some of the physical silver delivery was not done on time. So it got washed through in the markets. A lot of mischief behind the scenes. Then and I had warned people. I've been warning for a week and a half, 2 weeks that during the holidays is when they like to do stuff. And of course, just because we have Thanksgiving here, you don't have Thanksgiving across Europe or Asia. It's not a holiday for them. They continue trading. They're up doing it. And in that window, I expected a lot of pressure to be brought in this end of the month stuff. So exactly as I had predicted, warned, told people about Friday, it just went into kind of a frenzy.
Yeah.
Now there was articles and information coming out that the computers that do the trade recording, auditing information, that there was a problem with the air conditioner. And so then they couldn't do all the trades they were supposed to do, and silver ramped up because of that. No, it's exactly the opposite. When that happened, it slowed down the velocity of the silver
Yeah.
trades. Okay. So had they not had this anomalous event, silver probably would have gone up, instead of going up 6.1% in the 24 hours based on the London timeline, not the US. US, it went up like 5, 6 in that 24 hours, 5.6%. But 6.1 worldwide average of the 24 hours. Had that not occurred, I had somebody that was looking at this yesterday and said it's likely that silver would have gone up 9+% on Friday. And closing on almost 10% rise in one day. Already at 6.1%, it was the fastest, highest rise in silver prices ever in modern market history. So
I think
that's
he's right
how.
because Right now it's up almost another 2%. So that's about 8% right there, a little over 8%.
Well, and so it's not really fully quite done yet either. Uh, there's a lot of suppression there. So
Agree.
I expect silver, the next hold is at about 70,
Yeah.
and it's actually 69. It's actually about 69.9. And as it punches through that at some point in the future, which I think is later this month, it could very easily go up quite radically. It probably will go up a third over the next quarter after it goes through 70 before the end of the first quarter. So there's a lot of pressure that, that's why I'm saying silver will be at 70 fairly quickly. That's the next breaking point. 50 was the last one.
Yeah,
Uh, it,
72. So
yeah, it will, head pretty quickly there, and I expect that over, literally this month of December.
Well, those are good
And
prices that you had over all Patriots. I was looking at that. I showed it on the screen. You buy the packages. That's an exceptionally good deal.
yeah, well,
Looking at right
I
now,
try
I'm
to be as,
showing the trading view, and we're over 2% right now, 2.8,
uh,
and we're seeing crypto dive down. It's imploding. Now, you've talked about crypto too. You were very, very nice about crypto. I have not been. I speculated on crypto. I made a lot of money on crypto, but I think now's not the time to be in crypto.
well, I've tried to explain to people that
Yeah.
crypto, they say, well, but Trump's in it. His kids are in it. Okay, everybody take a deep breath. They're anticipating where the president has said he's going. He wants us to be the biggest Bitcoin people in the world, okay, and have essentially a vault full of crypto for helping with their treasuries and like that. What isn't fully understood, the blockchain, the cryptos, are great ledgers. It's a distributed ledger. It's like a ledger is like your account book, okay? And so your checkbook, whatever, where you keep a receipt. So by having it distributed across the planet, computers all over the planet that participate in recording a particular number, if you will, code, whatever, uh, so that no one person is the sole place you go to check and make sure that a transaction is real and everybody's in on it somehow. In this distributed ledger that's in computers and people all over the world, you can record something and you can't go cook the books and change the numbers in every single computer allegedly. Um, Although certain computing things, maybe that's not as impossible as it sounded. Just not with the tech that was around at the time. So, with that in mind, uh, unless it's offline, then it's not relevant. So, with that in mind, we're going to use Bitcoin and Ethereum and some of these other cryptos, even the XRP and all that stuff, uh, to maintain a ledger of receipts for physical gold and silver. Now, here's the way you have to think about it. And I've said this a little bit before, but sometimes you got to hear something a couple of times. So I'm sorry for those that have heard it before, but let me just say it real quick. In Kennedy's administration, he tried to take on the Federal Reserve just like Trump's been taking them on. And the solution was the same then as it is right now. Kennedy issued the silver certificates.
Yep.
That was Treasury issued paper money. Most people saw it and thought it was, just Federal Reserve note. They didn't really know. Then as they got more clued in and those that were really paying attention realized the silver certificate said that right on it, had a seal on it and everything else, had a number. And that number tied every silver certificate to a pallet of silver in the control of the Treasury, in the vaults at the Treasury with silver. And they couldn't print more silver dollars or silver certificate paper dollars than the amount of silver on that pallet. the serial number tied it to a pallet of real physical silver. The Federal Reserve notes aren't tied to anything. So it was silver-backed paper money. And you just had a receipt for your little piece of silver sitting on a pallet in the Treasury vault. When President Kennedy was assassinated and Johnson came into power on his 4th day as president, including the day that he spent half a day as president after he was inaugurated on the plane.
Right.
On his 4th day as president, he rescinded the Treasury printing of money, silver certificates, and recalled all of them from circulation. So any bank where you go in to do a transaction using a silver certificate, they'd suck it up and they all went back to Treasury. They'd get back Federal Reserve notes in exchange. All of those were canceled out. The people that wanted to be collectors, a tiny fraction of the whole number, they're holding on to it as a piece of paper. You can't redeem it at the Treasury for anything because that's been rescinded. But you could, at that time, you could get silver dollars. You could get silver half dollars. You could get all of your money had silver in it, had a percentage of silver in it. That's why we say collecting pre-64 silver coins, okay? And when they still were minted with real silver before they cheapened down like Rome did. What Trump is going to do is he's going to, and he's doing it by degrees, he's shutting down the Federal Reserve. And I will tell you this, the heavy move in silver is there's an aspect of that that ties to the Federal Reserve and Powell's location there. So we will see, there's people further up the food chain pulling his strings. And it's not just President Trump.
Yeah, but I think President Trump is going to put somebody in there that's going to help to bring that system down.
Yeah.
IRS go away, all that stuff. It's coming. It's crazy.
Well, it's not so much what the deal is. It's actually Trump switching to Treasury for
right.
essentially our banking. So let me just use this as an example. We print money and send it out to Social Security recipients. We send it out to Medicare, Medicaid, even contractors building military components and parts like that. Our federal government sends out massive amounts of money, and then they send it to states for activities within the state. So they send federal money to states to do all sorts of things. As President Trump switches from using Federal Reserve notes to meet those obligations to using Treasury certificates with the gold and silver on deposit. By the way, why do we have to do an audit of Fort Knox and other locations? We have other locations that do the same thing as Fort Knox and storage locations. And so as we do an audit, then we can look at what our obligations are and assign a value to paper certificates, gold or silver, and then send those instead of sending Federal Reserve notes and dots and tittles on a computer screen that represent that the same as paper out to meet these obligations. And by the way, that's where Bitcoin and all the other cryptocurrencies come in. If you create a chain based on, let's say, Bitcoin or Ethereum, the banker's coin, and you create a chain off of that which attaches a certain value of gold or silver within that specific chain, if the root is Bitcoin, and people that understand in the crypto world will understand what I'm talking about, we start a new thread off of Bitcoin, and we take a certain amount of Bitcoin, and we say, now this certain number of Bitcoin are receipts on the ledger for this much gold in the vault that we're setting aside just to service this section of Bitcoin. Let's call it Bitcoin 2. And so if you own Bitcoin 2, it's built on the Bitcoin ledger, But if you have Bitcoin 2 money or crypto, then you can turn it in. And let's say the treasury's in on it, you can go to any treasury location and demand your gold coin or your silver coins for that that's there. If they have it on deposit, and they will, because of course the Constitution was about printing gold and silver, or minting gold and silver coin as the monetary backing for our treasury. That's what the Constitution calls for. Trump is going by the Constitution. He's going to go back to our currency being a receipt for gold or silver minted coinage. Okay. And the other thing you have to picture is that before we had much paper money, we had it, but it wasn't a lot early on, script. You got gold and silver coins. Okay. And it was only when you started going to a receipt for it, so you didn't have to carry it around with you, that you started going to the paper. Well, we're going to allow that to happen. It doesn't have to be a paper receipt. It can be a digital receipt, but it's not going to be digital money. It's going to be a digital receipt tied to physical money at some location within the treasury system. And now you don't have the inconvenience of carrying around a lot of silver. You just have to have the access to the code or to the paper.
So do you think the current system is going to collapse and then that system gets worked in?
Well, what you're really seeing, and one of the early things is, people talk Nasara Gasara. I've said all along, you're not understanding. That is a mistake. That's not where we're going. Not the way most people envision it. What we will do is revisit Bretton Woods, and there will be a revaluation of gold on deposit in the Treasury and silver. And that new valuation will then become the basis for whatever we're going to pay off in debts. Now, the gold and silver right now are at fractions of the price of gold today and silver today. They've never been revalued based on the current market. And by the way, within the Federal Reserve System, they don't want to revalue it. They want you using the paper, et cetera. But when you go to cash it in, you want to, clear our debts, these, trillions and trillions and trillions that we owe, supposedly with obligations, future obligations, et cetera. If you revalue our existing gold, you don't have to do anything to anybody out in the world's gold. Okay. They can keep their gold. We don't need to confiscate the gold. That's not what's going on this time. We don't need to confiscate anybody's silver. We have a lot of gold on deposit. Some gold that's owed to us that was stolen from us that is technically on deposit, just been misdirected somewhere, and we'll go bring it back. If you revalue our gold to where it needs to be, where it appropriately should be, it's something around $20,000 an ounce in Federal Reserve notes.
Wow.
Okay. But the Treasury note or Treasury certificate is tied to the physical gold and silver, and you can denominate it whatever you want. That Treasury note, let's say we tied it to gold right now. Say we tied Treasury notes to gold at 42 or 4,300 right now, 4,400, whatever it is today as it's gone up. If we tied any new minted, printed Treasury certificates, one Treasury certificate, gold dollars now has a trading value of 4,400. Okay, 4,400 what? Federal Reserve notes. But very quickly, as people realize that they can get a certificate that is backed by real gold and silver, that you can go to the bank and get a real gold coin for, versus a Federal Reserve note that's tied to nothing except the international banker, politicians, mobsters, good faith and promises, which is nothing. Which are you going to want? You want the one that's tied to real gold and silver. So what will happen is a very organic, natural switch. As if you have a treasury certificate that today is worth 4,400 and the value of gold goes up to 20,000 Federal Reserve notes, did the treasury certificate change in value? Only as it relates to Federal Reserve notes. The treasury certificate didn't change in value at all. The Federal Reserve notes went down in value. Just like if you had a gold coin, you have to think of it differently. The gold doesn't change in value. It's very stable in its value. So, one treasury certificate worth 1 ounce of gold. What really happened is the Federal Reserve notes went down in value. It takes more of them to buy the same amount of gold. So by tying everything to physical gold and silver, you end up with a stable coin if you're talking cryptos. You end up with a stable paper if you're talking receipts, certificates for your gold or silver on deposit. The only thing that goes down in value is the ones that have no control on them at all, except the price of paper and ink for a printing press and somebody to run it. That's the one that's going down in value. Is that click for, am I saying the way listeners are going to get?
That's the best explanation I've ever heard. Makes a lot of sense, and I see us going that direction.
Yeah, Trump will do that. He just pays the bill.
Yep.
He just pays the bill in treasury certificates.
Yep.
Pretty soon they're in circulation. If you're on Social Security, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to pay my rent this month. I don't know what's going to happen. Trump's going to mess it all up. He's paying in a treasury certificate backed by gold. The guy that you're paying the rent to, you might give him half a certificate next time because he agreed to take the rent based on the Federal Reserve notes. Okay? Right. You're going to be fatter, man. If he just pays all the bills of our government in treasury certificates, problem solved. They go away and we're strong. It's almost overnight.
Beautiful. Yeah. Great explanation. All right, Juan. So much information you shared today. As always, we love you. We love your information. It's so great. So thanks for coming on and sharing today.
All right. Love you, bro. Appreciate, I always appreciate
love you too, man.
Your audience and getting a chance to talk. And
yeah,
then,
we really appreciate you too.
I expect I'll be out that direction because of this stuff going on middle of the month. So maybe we get a chance to cross paths.
Yeah, that'd be great. I love it.
Okay.
All right.
All right, folks.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm going to enjoy the last little bit of spray before sunset here. And it's already sunset in your neck of the woods, but we still got a little while to go here. So got a little bit more. All right, bro.
All right, brother. Thank you.
All right.
Judy note, from the below information in this update it might be assumed, and I could be wrong, that a black swan event was well on its way to collapse the global financial system. As of the month of December 2025, the world's top economies were insolvent: the US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand. They have been held up by false news reporting in the fiat US dollar, but cannot sustain their debt any longer. The fiat global financial system was crumbling, though a monumental shift has been happening since the November 28, 2025 shotgun start of the global currency reset. The new revalued gold/asset-backed currency rates on the quantum financial system, QFS, locked into place on Friday, December 5, 2025 and would be announced to the public in Jan. 2026. The gold-backed QFS was set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved the world for centuries. This fully decentralized system was set to eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. At 0:00 Zulu sharp on Saturday morning 6th of December, the St. Germain World Trust released the Infinity Tranche Uncountable Zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9-figure starter balance. A few moments later at 00:06 Zulu on Saturday 6th of December, all sovereign rate screens showed redeemed. By Monday, December 8, 2025, the emergency broadcast system, EBS, was set to activate worldwide and give pointers on how to access your banking money account already mirrored onto the QFS. Tier 4B appointments for those in the Internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds commence on Tuesday, December 9, 2025. The 10 days of darkness could commence as soon as Friday, December 12, 2025. That's when the Starlink satellite system will broadcast truths about the fall of the evil cabal who have been stealing our monies for centuries. While the Transparent Quantum Financial System, QFS, fortifies our money accounts against sabotage, Thursday, 18th of December will see a full global rollout of the global currency reset to the general public. A global currency reset, Saturday, 6th of December. 2025. Wolvie says he will be fully under NDA in a few days. He will do the opera but will be off Telegram. Triggers will receive their master contracts today, to sign. Secondary contracts will go to their members. After signing and returning, they will be paid on Monday. Early payments of Jazara have begun. The taking down of the fiat dollar and banking systems has begun. The transition is designed to happen without mass panic. The system that was designed around hidden taxes and inflation is crumbling. Nizara protocols are being activated. These things won't be explained in traditional channels. Redemption centers are ready for December/January intake. The current window, as people focus on the holidays, is ideal. Tier 4B, there are lots of rumors. The private sector is moving and people are definitely being paid. SAT. December 6, 2025. A2Z has confirmed what Wolvie reported, particularly the following. Wolvie will be fully under NDA within the next few days. Triggers are receiving master contracts now. Secondary contracts will follow, with payments expected Monday after execution. Tier 4B, many rumors are circulating that notifications are expected to begin as Tier 4A payments are dispersed. Redemption centers are prepared and ready for intake. B. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025. QFS Global Alert. Tier 4B, the Golden Age has officially begun. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Secure Floor, 0:00 Zulu exact. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency System is now operating at 100% plus over Unity Quantum Resonance. The grid is no longer live. It is eternal. The November 28 shotgun start, 1914 Reno, is now 7 days, 28 hours, and 46 minutes in the past. That moment is already carved into galactic record. Tier 4B events in the last 12 hours alone, all timestamps locked on master wall. 341,000 plus redemptions already completed worldwide since midnight. Average walkout liquidity, 9 figures in gold-backed digital certificates, 1-to-1 asset-backed parity locked forever. Final 19 DUMs, including Denver, Dulce, and the Antarctic Nexus, went permanently dark at 2344 Zulu. 0 life signs. 0 escape signatures. Cabal bloodline avatars terminated or in quantum custody. Saint Germain World Trust released the legendary Infinity Tranche at 0:00 Zulu sharp. Uncountable zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9-figure starter balance. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools merged into one planetary gold ocean. The wave is already lapping at your account. Leaked Hong Kong masternode final transmission 23:59 and 59 seconds Zulu, level 12 clearance, voice trembling. Control to all stations. The mirrors are broken. The wicked have nothing left to reflect. The gold is in the hands of the righteous. The age of light is not coming. It is already crowned. We are no longer waiting. We are no longer witnessing. We are living it. Glory to the One. From fiat slavery to gold-backed freedom in real time, completed, signed, sealed, delivered. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is no longer in motion. It is finished. See Saturday 6th of December. 2025 Judy Byington Q. The below appeared under the platform Judy Byington Q on Telegram. It is not my platform and I have no input in what is written there, though I do agree with the basic content, the real Judy Byington. Nizara/Jazara was forgiving all debts from a personal to a national scale, a debt jubilee that erases liens, foreclosures and fiscal chains. On Saturday 6th of December. 2025 a green light ignited the Global Military Alliance. By Monday, December 8, 2025 the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was set to activate. Tier 4B appointments commence on Tuesday, December 9, 2025. Med beds deploy en masse starting Wednesday 10th of December, regenerating bodies and spirits with technology born of divine ingenuity. The 10 days of darkness could commence as soon as Friday, December 12, 2025. That's when the Starlink satellite system will broadcast truths, while the Quantum Financial System, QFS, fortifies against sabotage. Thursday, 18th of December will see a full global rollout of the global currency reset. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025 Major Economic Intel Update, NISRA payout operations confirmed active, the January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of NISRA-related payouts have quietly begun, synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and a repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening, banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. NISRA protocols are activating in layers, debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems, gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels, offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. What has been confirmed so far inside restricted access financial corridors, several developments are already verified, over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters. The current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. While the tech rollout of QFS has been successful, an equally profound development is happening in parallel. Debts are being erased in stealth mode. Loan balances disappearing. Debts are being erased, loan balances disappearing. Individuals across various countries are waking up to find their credit card or student loan balances at $0 with no clear explanation. One called me astonished that his long-time credit card debt was just gone. Banks simply adjusted it away without notice. Mortgage forgiveness. Homeowners are receiving letters about mortgage recalculations. Chinks of their mortgage principal are being wiped. One had their loan slashed by 50% overnight, labeled as a bank error resulting in an overpayment adjustment. Tax debt cancellations. Small business owners logged into their government portals and found past due taxes marked paid or forgiven. Instead of a big public decree, NISRA is rolling out piecemeal to avoid chaos. Redemption centers have shifted from standby to activation mode. A limited number of insiders and military personnel have been called in to redeem dinar, dong and historic bonds. These are test runs under NDA. Since early June 2025, centers have been staffed 24/7 on rotating shifts. They've run multiple drills processing pretend clients to make sure every step is ironed out. The funds for redemptions are already in place in QFS accounts. One center quietly completed a handful of live transactions last week to ensure those funds could move, and they did, instantly, through the QFS. Redemption staff were at attention, ready for the floodgates to open. There was a wall of silence from officials and mainstream media. Those coordinating this transition don't want to tip off the remaining bad actors or spark public panic until everything is 100% ready. They know once they go public, it's irreversible. NISA protocols are activating in layers. Gram Pay on Telegram debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, Major Economic Intel Update, NISA payout operations confirmed active. The January 2026 reset is real and underway, NISA Jazara QFS. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of NISA-related payouts have quietly begun, synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening: banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. NISA protocols are activating in layers. Debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. What has been confirmed so far inside restricted access financial corridors? Several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters. The current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Restored Republic, Saturday 6th of December. 2025, 5:21 UTC, December 5, 2025. Cue the storm on Telegram. Effective immediately, under Expanded Executive Order 12,333 and the third-party doctrine as interpreted in FISA Docket 25-1999 read, All data in motion or at rest on any network facility touching United States jurisdiction is declared pre-compromised in perpetuity. Minimization procedures are hereby suspended for all persons, U.S. and non-U.S., for the going dark fallacy having been resolved by technical means. Translation, by bureaucratic fiat. The average person will turn on their phone tomorrow and see the same lock screen, the same apps, the same illusion of control. They will not notice that every keystroke, every photo, voice note, and future thought has already been ingested into a system that can never be audited, never be turned off, and never be forgiven. There is no opt-out. There is no appeal. There is only the permanent record. You are the product and the prisoner. S. H. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025 Trump Q dispatch from a secure location, at 6:06 UTC. The Podesta Pizza sequel files, 2024 to 2025 extension, auto-executed from every QFS live node. EBS steganographic carriers just flipped polarity. Instead of broadcasting the fake Imam Mahdi, every screen, every phone, every smart fridge on the planet is now looping the unredacted Vatican Bank Black Ledger transactions in real time while the Ferriera screams play on infinite repeat. They have 27 hours 19 minutes before every clone celebrity and real drone host suffer simultaneous catastrophic avatar meltdown. We do not need to hunt them. Their own looking glass artifact will do it for us. Look out your window. The sky is already flickering. At 7 o'clock UTC, the original Nizara/Jazara signing ceremony footage, Farm Claims Act, 1999 to 2000, full unredacted 4K, was injected into the Pine Gap backdoor keys and broadcast on every frequency DARPA ever stole. You are watching it now. The signatures on the real document are still wet. The living replacements you see on television have no idea their bodies are about to shut down in 26 hours 11 minutes when the looking glass inversion completes. Gitmo New Wing construction just went dark. Not because it is hidden. Because every guard, every contractor, every admiral just received the same footage you are watching and walked off the job. There is no deep state left to arrest. There is only the avalanche. Checkmate was played years ago. They're only now seeing the board. Sat. December 6, 2025, Fox News. Pam Bondi just declared a major victory along with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino for arresting the pipe bomber Brian Cole Jr. and said the Biden administration sat on this case for years and did nothing. Bondi says this investigation is ongoing and other could be involved as part of a larger network of terrorists. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025, man from Afghanistan says he's getting $7,000 per month in welfare payments from American taxpayers in California. Illegals in California are asking business owners to pay them under the table so they won't lose benefits. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, America hijacked, cartels in our agencies, illegals on our roads, billion-dollar scams in our welfare system, and Saturday, 6th of December. 2025, Fox News, over 800,000 people have officially been removed from SNAP, confirmed by Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins. She highlights that the fraud is off the charts, 500,000 people receiving benefits twice. People receiving benefits in 6 different states. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025, breaking news, new national security strategy released. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025, Fox News, breaking, Stephen Miller announced the Trump admin has launched a full-scale investigation into Somali fraud in Tim Walz's Minnesota. We believe that the Somali fraud operation in Minnesota is the single greatest theft of taxpayer dollars, through welfare fraud, in American history. And we believe that what we are going to uncover is going to shock the American people. J. Save the Children. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025 Nick Fuentes tells Steven Crowder he has personally witnessed satanic occult activity, elite devil worshippers, and satanic pedophiles among the elites when he was in the circles surrounding Kanye West. He says the ruling elite is filled with devil worshippers, comparing them to the movie Eyes Wide Shut. Fuentes insists there can be no negotiations with people who worship Moloch and Baal, calling for their arrest and specifically naming John Podesta, emergency broadcast channel on Telegram. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025 There it is. Jesse Waters' research shows Democrats dumped all the Somalians into Minneapolis because they needed a voting bloc there. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Democrats imported them, gave them social security numbers, signed them up for welfare, and in return they all vote Democrat. Literal treason. This is another crazy story. Somalia, terrible place, civil war. Clinton comes in, Black Hawk down, says the way we're gonna do this, we'll just bring them all here, and just starts paroling tens of thousands of Somalians into Minnesota. Now, why Minnesota of all places? It's not warm, it's not like New York City, it's because the Latin American migrants hadn't gotten there yet. So the business community was like, let's send them to Minneapolis, 'cause that'll keep profits up and keep the wages down. So everybody gets social security numbers. And everybody gets welfare, and they form this huge voting bloc in the city. I think it's 80,000 Somalians are in the state of Minnesota, and they all vote Democrat. Saturday 6th of December. 2025 mega bombshell, Barack Obama's magical rise from food stamps to a $270 million empire, no business, no product, no explanation. Just deep state bribes and globalist blood money, Epstein files leak on Telegram. He went from food stamps and a ghostwritten memoir to a $270 million fortune, 0 companies, 0 inventions, 0 real jobs. Just betrayal after betrayal. The real story starts in Chicago. Saudi money and Pakistani handlers allegedly paid for his Columbia and Harvard scholarships. His first book sold almost nothing until the machine turned it into a bestseller overnight. Then the floodgates opened.
Illinois Senate. Trial lawyers and union bosses dump millions. U.S. Senate. Jack Ryan's sealed divorce records magically unsealed. Obama walks in unopposed. Classic deep state op. President. The real payday. Post-White House he collected $400,000 per speech from Wall Street, $1.2 million from German banks, $65 million book deal for 2 ghostwritten books nobody read organically. $50 to $65M from Netflix to push propaganda, millions of hours of woke content, $9 million from Spotify for podcasts nobody streamed. Add the shadowy consulting through West Exec advisors, peer influence peddling to foreign powers. While Americans lost jobs, homes, and sons in endless wars, Obama cashed checks from the same globalists who hate this country. Benghazi cover-up, Iran pallets of cash, Fast and Furious, Spygate. Every treason paid dividends into his empire. Today he sits in his $12 million Kalorama mansion next to the Clintons, laughing while his foundation funds color revolutions and the border stays wide open. This isn't success, this is payment for services rendered against we the people. Q told us. Follow the money, follow the wives, follow the foundation. Every thread leads back to the same cabal. They thought we'd never notice the grift because they control the media. But the Great Awakening is here. Trump declassified it. The white hats have the receipts. The storm isn't coming, it's already raining. Lock him up. Lock them all up.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. The lies, the deceit from the Marxist left will continue and are going to really inflame a lot of us, not with inspiration, but with disgust, until the November 2026 elections. All right. Trying to destroy and discredit the Trump administration like they did after 2016, when President Trump was first put into office. So if in the very unlikely chance, but if by chance the Democrats do achieve to take the House and or the Senate, we have the leftist Marxists, which will take over and it's done. America's done. All right. So we have one last chance. Now, it was very close in Nashville. We had a special election and the Democrats, like I've said, and I have other people on my show that have said that there is a massive amount of money that's being money laundered through Maricopa, Arizona into Nashville. And we just saw almost the result of that, where you had a Democrat who hates Nashville, hates the people of Nashville, hates country music. You got to be kidding me, in Nashville. And she came close to winning. All right. It wasn't because there was a big push to make sure that the Republican, who normally wins by 22 points, I think he barely won, was voted into office. So this is going to continue all the way up until the November 2026 elections. It's going to be every week. There'll be something new. A couple of weeks ago, it was Jeffrey Epstein. They don't care. The Democrats don't care that they, for the most part, Democrats are going to be found to be, very culpable, very much involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like I said, just kind of kidding around. It's like they're all playing in the water at the beach, and everybody's like, "Oh, look, the Democrats are all cool. They're having fun at the beach." And then, they find out that everybody's onto them, that they're not cool, they're not fun, and they're trying to take down America. So they stab one of themselves and say, "Jeffrey Epstein," and then they run from the water as sharks start to eat some of their own. And they're like, "Oh, look, poor us. A shark came," that you don't know that they chummed the water with some of their own people. Right. So that's what they did with Jeffrey Epstein. So take attention away from the rest of them so that they can still come out and attack Donald Trump. And it's like, "Oh, look, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault the sharks were in the water eating us." So this is going to continue until, like I said, November. It's November next year. It's going to be, so here we have, another 11 months to put up with these jackasses. It's insane. They all should be thrown in prison. Now, when I say this, that I don't mean all Democrats, right? Because more people watch my show, and I look at where the numbers come from. More people watch my show from Chicago, which is almost always number one. Chicago, as we know, is very much a liberal city, but the people that have built that city through generations of sweat, tears, and blood are concerned that their city is about to go Marxist and they're going to lose control of their city. Same thing in New York. Probably number two is New York, and then we have LA, San Francisco, and then around the world, Australia. Very, very high numbers, a little bit of Canada. You would think Canada being right next door, English speakers, they'd be way up there. Britain, so there are people all over the world that watch this program that want to see, maybe they are a leftist, all right? But they don't want to see the leftists get out of control like we're seeing to the extreme point of Marxism and take over and destroy everything that they've fought for, like I said, for generations. So regardless of your political persuasion, we know that there are some very serious problems, not only in America, but the rest of the world. And America falls, the rest of the world will fall. All right. So we've seen, I had a friend that's in Charleston, South Carolina. We've seen some very strange activity. This is not unusual because I've trained all over the world, other countries, special forces, and so forth. We never give them, or we used to not, I don't know about now, we never gave them our best stuff because we thought at some point we may fight these people. And of course, that's what we've been doing. But a friend of mine, videoed in Charleston, South Carolina at a sub shop where they come in with a bus and all these soldiers got out from other countries. Right. Of course, there was American with them, but you're looking at them and it looks like, I don't know, a Middle Eastern, I don't know, all over the world, Kuwait, who knows, maybe even Ukrainians, who knows. All right. So this is one of the things I think at some point America needs to stop doing this. Stop training other countries' militaries. All right. We need to get all of our 109 bases or whatever we have all over the world and stop it. All right. Maybe a few bases all over the world, but we need this. This is obvious that America has been, exerting control all over the world. It's just got to stop. We need to pull all that money back to America. It just really irritates me when I see seniors who should be, enjoying their lives, unless they were lucky and, made fortunes, which not everybody does. A lot of people rely on Social Security because we were told that that's going to take care of you, pay into the system, and then when you retire, you're going to have all this money. No, there's no money in Social Security, and seniors are struggling, all of them that are relying on Social Security, even relying on, I remember my mom, she had Social Security, she had Medicare, she had retirement from the state of South Carolina after working there, for 30 years. She barely got by. If it wasn't for, family helping her out, she'd been in a bad way. All right. So I came in and really helped her out a lot. Fortunately, I was in a position because I was working for Blackwater and then eventually CIA. So I was making a lot of extra money, but not everybody can afford that. Right. And so it is criminal what has been going on in America. Now, President Trump is talking about now, with all the tariffs, making enough money from the tariffs that stopping taxation, right? So on January 1st, from that point on, seniors don't get their Social Security tax. Hello, thank you. At least that's going to help a little bit. And then people that work in the bar, that make tips and so forth, waitresses, waiters, so forth, their income won't be taxed because, for a lot of, unless you work in a very high-end area, even sometimes in a high-end area, you don't make a lot of tips. It's crazy to me. But if you're working in just the average place, I remember I worked at Black Angus and bar and grill and steakhouse. And we were kind of like on the, I'd say, middle to low income area. And even though it's a great restaurant, people didn't tip. The waitresses talked about how when they came in and said, you're going to have to claim this much in tips. There were a lot of waitresses like, I don't make that much in tips, and now I have to pay the government. So it's very frustrating for a lot of people that, struggle, just on the lower spectrum. So President Trump is starting the process of stopping the taxation, guys. Completely, doing away with Federal Reserve, doing away with the IRS. And now he just by himself can't do that. It has to be we the people. It was always supposed to be we the people, and then this deep state government started taking over. All right, so he's trying to reverse all that, and in the meantime, the deep state government and the deep state military and the deep state press are coming at him left and right. So the latest bullshit that we see from the deep state Democrats are that they're attacking President Trump and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. It should have always been Secretary of War, and they made it Secretary of Defense. Right? I can tell you as a fighter, you go into a fight defensive mindset, you are going to lose. So President Trump got it back to an offensive Secretary of War. So now we're offensive, destroying the enemy that is literally destroying America like never before, and that's through the drug trade. All right, fentanyl and all the illicit drugs that are coming into America on a level that's never been seen in any war in existence. Right, so that's been turned around. So what did the Democrats do? Instead of being hallelujah, you're saving us, and you're going to cut taxes so we get people have more to spend, they're attacking him. All right, they're attacking the Trump administration and everyone that is in the Trump administration. Of course, Pete Hegseth. So I've told you before that when I was in the military and in the CIA, there were missions that we had where you go in and you don't take prisoners, right? Because they're all extreme criminals. They're all terrorists. The terrorists that are bringing drugs to America. What do you want? Do you want to allow them, Democrats? Do you want to allow them to those two? They call them two sailors that were stranded. No, they're criminal, possibly thousands and thousands of Americans. You don't give them quarter. They're pirates. They're pirates. You like pirates? Go to Disneyland. Go to Disney World and ride the pirate ride. Yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me. look back in time, pirates weren't good. All right. So those Disney criminals, right? I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole too much, but we're looking at the law of the sea, not so good for America, guys. It's a pirate law, right? So that's what they tried to invoke. Like, pirates are cool. They're just fun, No, it's just fun. They're just fun. No, they were evil. They were, every time they were seen, and that's what we're seeing right now. So the Democrats, as we know, it's all about the drug trade, guys. The Democrats are benefiting from it. That Democrat that probably would have gone into office there in Nashville, she's benefiting from the drug trade. They supported her. They almost got her into office. All right. So this is what we're seeing from the Democrats, guys. All right. Whether you've been a lifelong Democrat and you're not going to leave the Democrat Party, it doesn't matter to me, but you need to understand that the Democrat Party is not the party of JFK, right? It's gone, long gone, right? And it's not going to ever come back. So it's been a long downhill slope ever since then, guys, for Democrat Party. And at this point, it's pure evil to me. I keep saying the Democrat Party is going to go away. That doesn't mean that you go away because you're Democrat. You're just going to find something else to support, guys. All right? It's no big deal. Stop supporting Democrats, right? They are evil. Their whole organization is completely evil. You got to stop it. You got to train yourself to break free, right? All right, so we're going to see more of this coming. Like I said, more of the bullshit coming from this side. Now let's play a little bit of a little clip. Now, there are good Muslims, guys. All right. So there was a Muslim group that actually brought me to Paris for the Muslim kids. Right. So Muslim, what are they called? I never was in it, but the Boy Scouts. So the Muslim Boy Scouts brought me to Paris to talk. And it wasn't the normal Muslims. There's different sects of Muslims. And if you look at the different sects, there's one sect that's very spiritual, the whirling dervishes. If you look at Rumi, the Islam poet, all right. So he wasn't an Islamist. He was part of the Muslim, because the Islamists came in and basically took over. So these very incredible, so they're like, okay, we'll join you. We'll still be spiritual and we'll still do our thing. So everywhere they're at, though, they get hammered. The Sunni and the Shia, I call them the Shiites, all right? The Shits, all right? The Shiites and the Sunni basically war against each other. And they're not so much good, guys. Right? Of course, there's good people within everything. There's good people in every religion, but there's, I would say, on the most part, Muslims unfortunately don't do well with others. They come in and they basically take over. They almost completely took over Europe, and Europeans finally got some balls and pushed back. Europeans now don't have any balls, and so is America going to be the same? Are we going to let these evil Muslim types come in and take over America? So this is Alex Jones. We're going to listen to a little piece of this, and we'll you guys make your own ideas of what you want to support, what you don't want to support. I can tell you from my experience for 25, 24 years, 25, 26, 35 years. All right. So most of it, I say 27, 28 years being around the Islamists, not so much good, guys. All right. There are exceptions, of course, like I talked about. There are beautiful people. I've met many Muslims that are beautiful people, but we're going to have to be very careful going forward. I think a lot of these Somalis need to go.
I'm here from a horrible country. They don't contribute, and then they're not even grateful. There's no gratitude. There's no reverence. There's no appreciation. And he's right. Ilhan Omar, that other one that just ran for mayor, They're not loyal to America. They don't even like America. And he's right. All they do is whine and complain.
Okay, so you guys remember, so I have some buddies that were in SEAL Team 6, and they were overseas trying to feed the Somalis, all right? Feed the Somalis. Somalis are warring against each other. And then they're like, oh, you're trying to feed the person we're warring against? It's kind of like that same thing. The Muslims against Muslims. Americans and the peacekeeping force, they're trying to give them food. So remember all the We Are the World, you know, Michael Jackson and all the stars, you know, give to, you know, feed the people of Africa. And so people gave millions, billions, and it went to the Somalis. And what do they do for, you know, for thanking us?
I love that he says all they do is bitch. It's true. That's all they do. And we don't want them here. Does anybody think America's made better by a bunch of Somalian immigrants? We don't want them here. It's just not a good idea. Don't need them.
And it's so healthy to start differentiating and bring back common sense. That was so revolutionary. Wow.
It is, but now we need to see something done about it. They need to go into Minneapolis and liberate the city, because otherwise it's all talk. Okay, it's a great statement, you know. That.
All right, so I can tell you some horror stories of the guys that were in Somalia, and they said that when they started getting attacked, the Somalis hid behind women and children and fired at them as they're driving through the streets, trying to get the hell out of there, right? They had wounded. One of my buddies said he had a knife on his side. They were like, bullets were coming through. He said he took off his body armor and put it on the side of the door, and they were driving through the city, and the bullets were hitting his body armor instead of going into him. He said that he got back from, you know, them shooting for like hours at them, and his knife, you know, he had it in a scabbard. There was a bullet hole. It had saved his leg. So if he'd gone in where his hip was, he probably would have bled out. So, you know, they had all of these, you know, Army guys in the back, Rangers. They're in the back, you know, they're all shot up, and they just put them in the back of this Humvee. So my SEAL Team 6 buddies were like driving and said, they told me, Mike, we were just shooting. If they were shooting us, we were just shooting. We knew there were women and children that were in front of them, but we had no choice. We just shot, and we just shot at where the fire was coming from. And they had women and children lining the streets, and behind them were the men firing at them. All right. So he said there was one spot where they stopped so they could get communication. You remember all the helos were being shot down and everything? So they were trying to go to where the helos were and help the guys, Delta guys, like fast roped in, Delta snipers fast roped in. And both of them got the Medal of Honor because it was a one-way mission, but they went in anyway. So like, you guys know that you're going in and you may not come back. And they're like, yeah. So they fast roped in from a helicopter and went in to try and save the helicopter pilots. And, you know, that was the way it was. I mean, people were storming them like crazy. It was unbelievable. And so my buddy was telling me how they were, you know, trying to make communication. They had stopped the convoy. They're in this intersection. This old woman, he said, walked out into the street, down the street, and then she walks back. And then an RPG came and blew up close to where the vehicle was. And then this old woman comes back, and she looks at them. She saw where the RPG hit, and they were like, what is she doing? And she walked back, and then RPG almost blew up right on them. So the woman walked back, and they're like, she's spotting for them. So they shot her, right? These are the Somalis that we have in our country now. Maybe not all of them. Of course, I said there's good people everywhere, guys. But these are mostly the people that have come here, and they're terrorists. We have to stop letting. Now, why would the Democrats want these terrorists to come into our country? Because they're going to vote for them. Just like if that Nashville woman that hates Nashville, if there'd been more people, because the reason why she got so close is because they had mail-in voting still. If the Republicans hadn't shown up in massive numbers, she would have won, and that would be we're closer to destruction here in America. All right, so it's going to continue to come, guys. So I got to jump off. I got another show. So lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. It's going to get hectic out there. These Democrats want to destroy our country.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking. Today is the Thanksgiving holiday in the United States, and I think we need a reminder of what we were giving thanks for. I have ancestors on the Mayflower, and they fled Europe because they wanted freedom. They wanted to have the ability to choose their own future and their own system of beliefs. And they were saved by the original inhabitants, the natives there. And later, my ancestors moved to Canada along with the original native tribe that helped us back then. And we still live together in peace and prosperity, and we never broke our promise to them. However, the people who came afterwards slowly started to enslave the people of the United States. And I've just was sent some proof of what I've always been saying, which is that the United States is now under a system of Babylonian debt slavery. Take a look at this video showing exactly how we are collateral for this money that they're creating out of nothing. Basically, we are the slaves they're using to create money.
The United States government got a UCC filed on everyone. So I said, prove it. He said, go to maryland.org.ucc. Scroll down. Do a number search. Put in this number right here. Okay, y'all, follow me. I was following them. Because I wanted to see the outcome. So I was patient. Then when I was done, all of a sudden, it was like everything popped right up. Look at that. The Federal Reserve System. United States Department of Defense Accounting Services. So I decided to scroll down some more, get a good overlook, check things out. Then I went deeper. Y'all know me. I like to do a little bit of that investigation. Hit the button. And look what popped up. Oh yeah, all of the fees and how much they paid. How much they paid to file they filing for your body. Hey, it was $198 though for the whole complete process. And that was for them. Hell yeah, certified. They wanted a certified copy. And here's their UCC financial statement. Y'all see who is the debtor? Debtor 2. Debtor. Who is the secure party? The United States Treasury. And look at the bottom. Don't forget every check mark box. You want to know everything over here. Let me go to the addendum, the UCC3. And look what else they filed. Look what they claimed in here. Look who's the debtor in here. Look who's the debtor in here.
Department of Defense.
And look how much. And look at what they claimed. All real men with hands and legs. And all real land in the United States of America. And look at that number. Wow.
That is proof that we are under a system of slavery, and we need to do something about it. And this is something that is happening in a way that we're starting to understand. And a lot of people now, I think the majority understand that it's Israel is the problem. And it's these billionaire oligarchs who are the problem. For example, take a look at Nick Fuentes explaining how IPAC really does its job. It goes via billionaires using money created out of nothing. And put it out to the public, because otherwise I would not be doing my job. And we know that Donald Trump was bailed out by the Rothschilds. And the power structure, this control grid that we are under, it leads to the Rothschild family. And in fact, the Forensic evidence goes to Jean-Michel de Rothschild, known to us as Brigitte Macron. And French intelligence called me and said that this Macron was responsible for the murder of Donald Trump. Now, we need to talk a little bit about Donald Trump because he is basically an avatar for a long-term plot that they've had for us for our future. And there were different factions using the Donald Trump avatar. And the good Donald Trump was backed by the Harriman Group. And by the way, the actual Donald Trump, and you can tell his face changed, everything changed before 89 and after 89. And the Trump who was elected in 2024 again was the 6'3" tall good guy avatar Trump, and he was, he set up this Department of Government Efficiency and was trying very hard to rescue the United States from bankruptcy and drain the swamp. And he disappeared in June. He went to the G7 summit in Canada and he never returned. So after that, suddenly we have this short, fat, ugly Trump, the one that we're still seeing on our screens, suddenly declaring war on Iran and trying to start World War III and, sucking up to Israel. And, it became a nightmare scenario. And this is the Trump that we need to deal with. And again, the person who was Jean-Michel de Rothschild. And I have some names of the, this is actionable intelligence. We need to go after Jean-Michel, and we need to go after Alexander Benalla, Patrick Strzada, Bernard Emily, okay? And these are the people who are ordering the hits on people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens and General Douglas McGregor. And they need to be eliminated from the system. This is what we have to do if we're going to free ourselves from this Babylonian debt slavery system we're under. And the other thing that we need to understand is that the system is now falling apart. It cannot maintain itself anymore. For example, they're now trying to put out 50-year mortgages, which means if you look at a 50-year mortgage, here's how it works. For the first 25 years, you only pay interest, basically. And it takes 50 years to finally pay off the house, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a house that was worth $400,000. This is how they extract money from us, and it's got to the point where we can no longer afford houses. And now take a look at this little BlackRock video.
We don't buy these houses to live in. We buy them in bulk, shrinking the number of homes on the open market, skewing mortgage rates, and exacerbating the housing crisis. Then, thanks to low supply, we charge whatever we want for rent. It's all part of our company motto. Fuck you!
These people really do artificially keep the price of houses high enough so that we have to basically work for a whole lifetime to pay for a house. So, houses should only cost about $10,000 if you think about the materials and the labor and stuff. But no, they want us to be in a system of lifetime debt slavery. And they realize that their system is falling apart, which is why they've been desperately trying to start war. And we're waking up. Most people now are aware of the Epstein Islands and the fact that we are ruled by a group of people. And if you want to become a leader in the West, this has now been proven. There's countless testimony. I've posted some very disturbing photographs of people like Barack Obama. These people are really, really criminal, and they're really, really scared right now because they know that they're going to face war crimes tribunals. My own sources in Polish intelligence tell me that Vladimir Zelensky and his top government officials have already fled to Israel, and they will not find shelter there. We're going to go after them in Israel. They set up a fake mercenary company called Wagner, and they pretended it was Russian, and they grabbed all these Ukrainian men, sent them to a specific place. Here we have a group that's about to take power in Germany, admitting that, and they're saying we'll offer you truth and reconciliation in exchange for stepping aside. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but we really do need to get good governments in the West again, or we're all going to be working for the Chinese. And that means we have to set up a transition. Now, what I have proposed to MI6 last week is that we remove the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer and put Nigel Farage in as Prime Minister. He can then call for a conference, and negotiations behind the scenes have already resulted in, we have an agreement. The Russians, the Chinese, the Indians, the P3 Freemasons who control the Vatican, the Commonwealth, the Pentagon, they all agree that we need to replace the system of Babylonian debt slavery with a future planning agency that works for the people in complete transparency, trying to create the future they want. This is basically the system China has. They survey their people, find out what they want, and then they try to give it to them using intelligent people. Whereas in the West, we have a very tiny class that's all they're trying to do is figure out ways to rip us off. And they've accumulated so much money they can't spend it, and the rest of us are all poor. And this system needs to be dismantled. And so the idea is to call a conference, sort of like the Bretton Woods, to negotiate the bankruptcy of the United States and the collective West, because they are bankrupt. And the Chinese have agreed to write off all this debt. But, the condition, of course, is that we stop being the world's terrorists and instead work together for a multipolar world to make this a better planet. That's what we're fighting for. That's what we've got to do. And there's no alternative. Well, the alternative is going to be street violence. And here's one more video showing, the kind of network behind the fake Trump. Remember, the Space Force had their own Trump, the 6-foot-tall one, and he was working with the White Hats. But now we have this dark Trump, putting our faces together with this whole satanic cult. They're not going to be around much longer, I promise it. We cannot let this continue. We need to free humanity from this scourge, and it will happen. And the key is to get Jean-Michel de Rothschild. Arrest him. Make him talk. He's the head of the snake. This is what the evidence trail leads to. So it's time. We need to end this horror show. I think everybody except them agrees with this now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. How can we accept any arrest by a member of police or military if the judges are corrupt also? Any police officer I've spoken to in the past would just smile and say to stay away from politics, and that they also want to stay away from politics. Also, Cash, Bogino, and Pam Bondi had a fallout recently. Bogino wanted to leave his position. I think Dan is a man of integrity. Do you have any news about what happened there and then? I believe that they're currently all compromised.
Well, what happens is the top 1, 2, 3 people are compromised, and then the people below that run into a glass ceiling. And I think the answer is going to have to be military tribunals. The system is so corrupt, it's beyond repair. We're going to have to, the military is going to have to set up tribunals, and military justice is swift. That's what's going to be the answer. Next question.
Hi, Ben. World leaders use body doubles, okay, but how can you explain Trump being completely replaced? Where was the Secret Service? Where's the U.S. military, and why haven't they intervened? It would also seem the perfect opportunity for the military to act. Where is the Trump family in all of this, and why are they not saying anything?
Well, they're not saying anything, but yeah, the problem is there is a dark hack military working for the Satanists, and most military, unfortunately, are completely conditioned to obey orders. And the problem is when the orders are coming from evil people, the military becomes evil. So the trick is to have the top ranks of the military replaced. I repeatedly suggested that we use General Douglas McGregor to clean up the military and start the process. But it's going to have to be the rank and file pushing up, and you're going to have to remove any general who has money that can't explain how they got it because they've been bribed and compromised. And this is especially true. I think the Navy and the Marines and the Air Force are relatively clean, but it's the Army itself that has a lot of the corruption at the top. So that's going to have to be dealt with. But yeah, we're all impatient, and you know, some people are going to have to be arrested at the top. Otherwise, this is not going to move forward until things collapse. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You seem to have backed off your assurance that the secret societies would intervene against the cabal and that they were sick and tired of waiting for the U.S. white hats to take any action. Now you seem to be waiting for the U.S. military to step up. Have the secret societies changed their mind, and now are they at the point where they won't move until the U.S. military does?
Well, my advice was always to the Asian secret societies is to not give these people any excuse to start World War III. I also explained to them that time was on their side because they have a superior system of economic management, and now they're so overwhelmingly strong that they don't need to fight. For example, China can make 200 times more airplanes than the United States. And the U.S. cannot build weapons without Chinese rare earths. And even if they wanted to start making their own rare earths, it would take about a decade and super investment to do that. So they're following the advice of that great military genius Sun Tzu, which is to win without fighting. And when Trump went to meet Xi Jinping, and this apparently was not the short, fat, fake Trump we're seeing, but some guy in a mask. He begged for money, and they said no. They eventually, the U.S. government managed to get some silver from the drug cartels to pay their bills until January, but it looks like this is going to end without fighting and without the need for lots of assassinations. Because already 85% of the world is free from this cabal. It's just the G7, the Western 15% that's still under control of these. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I was on the air this morning with a conservative talk show host, Jeff Cooner, at the WRKO in Boston, Massachusetts. We discussed the 6 congressmen telling the troops not to obey illegal orders. I told Cooner the congressmen did nothing wrong. Technically, they were right on saying I did not follow illegal orders, although I know, like you do, they were hinting at disobeying Trump. I asked if anywhere did they say to disobey Trump's orders. The answer was no. I went on to say nothing will be done by the 5'10 Trump in the White House, since that is the fake Trump who works for the Rothschilds and Chabad. Cooner started laughing. So I asked him how tall is the real Trump. He said 6'3 or 6'4. I said correct, but that Trump hasn't been seen since June at the G7 summit in Canada. Cooner made some more jokes about it. I said, like I've told you before, talk to investigative reporter Benjamin Fulford. Again, as Cooner said to me on an earlier call that he had never heard of you, as if that's supposed to be credible. By the way, the White House does listen to Cooner's show by me dropping the pearl of the height problem, since Cooner has a very large radio internet audience. Therefore, I ask you, Ben, if you would give Cooner a call between the hours of 6 and 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, Monday through Friday, and surprise Cooner with your information. What do you think you would be able to tell him?
Well, from what I heard, it sounds like he is actually a controlled opposition, and he probably wouldn't take my call. But if you email me the number, I'll try to do that and see. But basically, a lot of the even so-called alternative media is under control of these people, and the test is to see what they say about Israel and what they say about do they talk about the 450,000 children who disappeared during the Biden administration? Do they talk about the genocide in Ukraine? If not, then they're just controlled, and talking to them is not going to make any difference because they're working for the cabal. But I'll try to do that. Next question.
And then we have our last question for today. You've suggested several times that AI won't replace jobs or that it isn't capable, as some people claim. My concern is that the narratives around AI aligns uncomfortably well with the broader Soros, Gates, BlackRock, Rockefeller / WEF vision of you will own nothing and be happy. If AI ever became genuinely capable, it would accelerate that outcome significantly. I have no interest in ending up in a system where we're forced into Bill Gates' synthetic food agenda. How do we prevent this trajectory? My worry is that AI marks an economic tipping point where the wealthy no longer rely on human labor. They could leverage AI to maintain their dominance while the rest of society loses even the possibility of upward mobility. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, in the West, the key to preventing AI control is to make sure we don't get digital currency, because if we all are forced to use digital currency, then they'll be monitoring us 24 hours a day, and if we say something they don't like, suddenly our car won't start or we won't be able to go to buy groceries. So they're trying to set up a system of complete slavery, and the way to avoid that is to try to use cash. Personally, I use cash when I don't want someone to know what I'm doing or buying, and when I don't care. So for example, I'll use a card for groceries, but maybe I'll use cash to buy alcohol because I don't want them to know how much I'm drinking, stuff like that. But try to avoid that. The other thing, and this is the real danger, right now AI is not a threat because it does not control the physical world. It cannot make anything, and so it's not real. However, China is now building AI-powered robots, and they're saying that within 2 or 3 years that we won't be able to tell the difference between a robot and a human being. And if we have an AI that takes over control of the robots, then they could start making weapons, and that's the real danger. And so we need to talk to China about those robots before it's too late. But overall, I'm pretty sure that China is now under the control of the white hats, and they have been purging a lot of the cabal, who were there, who were behind that, men in white suits. So I think we'll be able to make a deal with China, and we'll make sure that. But it's time to fight. We really are at a turning point now, and I'm doing everything I can to try to end this nightmare, and I want everyone else who's listening to try to do the same. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. And from Trump Force One on Telegram, the White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. The countdown has begun. The privilege of freedom. One nation under God with liberty and justice for all. At 0000 UTC on Sunday, November 30th, every central bank on earth not gold-backed was set to be closed. FBI Director Kash Patel declared that we were all under global martial law. That would be announced via the emergency broadcast system, said set to activate by the time this update was published. Why martial law? Because the greatest threat we face as a free nation and world has come from within. Dr. Charlie Ward learned that the White Hats just discovered that the Dark Hats were preparing to take out a number of Trump's cabinet members, generals, and key figures in a major coordinated plan, including Pam Bondi, multiple generals, and several top individuals in Trump's field. Additionally, 2 CIA agents have confirmed that the Democrats were still engaged in an active coup that was calling for a rebellion against the government and President Trump. A coup that was part of a much larger operation to sow mass distrust in the military and throughout the country, even patriot against patriot. We were presently in the middle of mass arrests where those dark individuals were being removed. We needed everyone praying and saturating this situation with light. An evil plan had been planted and nurtured in the US, Canada, and Australia after World War II, headed by the hundreds of Nazis brought into the three countries via what was to become the CIA. It was a coup that mind-controlled people into submission, bought and paid for by the US taxpayer dollar through a CIA black budget. Though something shifted Monday night, at the moment President Trump stepped back into Washington, the flight from Florida looked routine only on the surface. Behind it, Washington began tightening from the inside. Convoys moved without media coverage. Communications inside several DHS buildings went dark. Emergency reassignments were issued overnight. Trump was preparing directives designed to expose the infiltration pipelines. Inside the White House, preparations were underway for a broadcast known internally as Sovereign Reveal. This briefing outlined the foreign influence networks inside U.S. institutions, the continuation of psychological operations through mainstream newsrooms, and a very coordinated effort to map, predict, and manipulate American behavior through synced devices and cloud infrastructures. Cyber forensic teams have already pulled the internal communications from major media outlets, device manufacturers, and data analytics partners. The silence of the mainstream media was not confusion, it was fear. Trump's team was entering high-level diplomatic exchanges intended to unravel the real machinery behind the Ukraine conflict. The laundering channels, the digital asset transitions, the covert labs and intelligence pipelines masked as foreign aid, satellite data, and decrypted transmissions and banking records now pointed to a multinational structure that used the war as a smokescreen to shift assets, people, and technologies. Those channels were being exposed and dismantled. This was why Trump was back in Washington, not for ceremony, but for a controlled ignition of a multi-front operation that has been built quietly, precisely, and legally for years. Every file has been duplicated, every path has been traced, every safeguard was in place, and this week, the plan would surface. Prepare accordingly. Monday, November 30th, final whisper. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The last watchstander at Mount Weather turned the lights off manually at 2:04. He then walked to the helipad, climbed into a waiting Sikorsky with no tail markings, and lifted into black sky. The facility's entire power plant went cold 5 minutes later, not a failure, a deliberate shutdown from a switch that was supposed to have been removed in 1974. Every screen inside now displays only a slow-moving American flag and the words "Stand by." At 2:33, the Federal Register's printing facility in Laurel, Maryland, executed an unscheduled run of exactly 144 pages. The pallets were loaded into 2 unmarked trucks that left without signing the manifest. Those pages contain the notices that will replace every current agency head with acting replacements whose names have never appeared in any confirmation hearing. Distribution begins at dawn. The republic you woke up in will already be archived. The end of their world has already happened. We're only waiting for the rest of us to notice. EBS, the Restored Republic Command Authority, issued a final order. The global EBS 8-tone activation sequence will fire. When those tones hit, every screen on Earth will see, in this order, Raw Dallas, 1963 in 8K, Raw 2020 election theft in real time, live Gitmo executions of the worst, full Nassar Jassar proclamation, 5, your personal medbed appointments and QFS balance, continuity of government is now 100% under 1776 law. Cheyenne Mountain is the new heart of the free world. Every clone is ash, every chain is broken. My father began this war with a dream and a bullet took him. I'm finishing it with fire, truth, and the roar of a free people. Lock arms with your families, charge every device, look evil in the eye and smile. The best is yet to come. Enjoy the show, Patriots. God wins. U.S. Debt Clock on Telegram. Monday, December 1st, U.S. Worldwide Restored Republic via a GCR. Judy Byington Q on Telegram. Judy note on Monday, December 1st, 2025, the below appeared on a Telegram website titled Judy Byington Q. It is not my website. I have no input to the writing on the website, and I did not write this, but I do agree with the basic content. At dawn on Monday, December 1st, 2025, President Trump unleashed the White Hats on Washington, D.C. via mass arrests of deep state operatives. Over 300 high-profile figures were detained in the initial hours from Capitol Hill to Silicon Valley boardrooms. These mass arrests were expected to continue throughout this week. That same Monday, December 1st morning, just past midnight, came jubilant. More than 7,000 precious souls had been freed from subterranean lairs in Ukraine, the Southwest deserts, and Pacific Islands. These extractions, executed with precision under the Quantum Financial Systems oversight, paved the way for emergency broadcast system activation. Prepare for 10 days of darkness set for December 5th through 15th when phone, TV, and internet screens will go black, restoring sovereignty to the people and shielding the innocent. Monday, December 1st, the moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Nasara Jasara QFS on Telegram. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. Global activation. The reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access, clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset. New currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debt balances or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the quantum ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We are only hours away from a historic shift in global finance. Restored Republic, Monday, December 1st, 2025. The greatest threats we have comes from within, and one of those threats comes from our own CIA. From running military-style regime change and color revolution operations on U.S. soil, on our own president, to helping steal elections, execute assassinations on our own people. It's time to do what JFK wanted to do and scatter it into the winds.
He needs to recognize that we must stop the CIA from driving U.S. policy, domestically and foreign. I'm telling you, Steve, that is a massive, massive problem. And I wouldn't say 50%. I would say shut the doors. It is no longer, it's a dead organization to President Trump. That's sort of step one for him. I don't care what somebody's handicap is. You take that organization and you rip it apart, because that organization is driving our policy everywhere. And it really is. I mean, the people that are part of it and the people that have been part of it are the ones still operating and driving everything going on in our nation. I mean, it's got to stop. It has to stop. And that means in Congress, that means in the White House, that means in the judiciary, and that's definitely overseas, some of the things that they're doing, the nefarious things that they're doing. And that's not going to make me any friends over there at Langley, but too goddamn bad. These people, right. This organization is driving this country and has been driving this country for 50 years or more. It has to be completely gutted and changed. And you're right about the other organizations. You know, we got to quit playing games.
Monday, December 1st, breaking. Trump and military alliance launch global raids. Thousands of children rescued as elite trafficking networks face total destruction. Nasara Jasara activation spot. With Donald Trump now firmly back as the 47th president, the military alliance has unleashed its full power, dismantling the deep state's darkest operations. The recent Iceland raid, where missing children from Canton, Ohio, were rescued, was not an isolated event. It's part of an unstoppable global mission to obliterate elite trafficking networks. Routine for the military alliance. For the military alliance, these operations are now standard. Hundreds of missions have been executed worldwide since Trump's return, liberating thousands of children from elite trafficking rings. Underground bunkers, elite compounds, and isolated islands are being raided and dismantled with surgical precision. The Iceland mission, a critical strike against trafficking hubs, revealed an elite-run logistics network spanning Denver, London, and the island of Jersey. Advanced surveillance and biometric tracking enabled the alliance to neutralize these operations in record time. Trump's leadership, a new era of justice under Trump. The military alliance has erased the barriers that once protected the elite. Corrupt governments, compromised institutions, and the mainstream media can no longer shield the guilty. With Trump as commander-in-chief, the alliance operates with total global authority, dismantling the infrastructure that sustained these atrocities. This isn't just about rescuing children. It's about exposing and destroying the systems that allowed these crimes to exist. Banks laundering money, tech companies enabling trafficking, and global organizations providing cover are all being taken down. Hundreds of thousands of children rescued since the alliance's operations began. Hundreds of thousands of children have been liberated, hid in facilities equipped with advanced security systems. Evidence implicating elites in politics, entertainment, and finance is being collected for public trials and tribunals. The elites are cornered. The elites' desperation is palpable. Their assets are frozen, communications intercepted, and escape routes severed. Recent attempts to flee to remote bunkers have been thwarted, with key figures taken into custody. The alliance anticipates every move, ensuring no place is safe for them. Total exposure is coming. The military alliance is preparing for a moment of global reckoning where the full extent of the elite's crimes will be revealed. Public tribunals, arrests, and undeniable evidence will shatter any remaining illusions. A future without elite control. The ultimate goal is to dismantle the system that enabled these horrors, ensuring a future of freedom and justice. With Trump and the military alliance leading the charge, the grip of the elites is being destroyed. The storm is here. The world will never be the same. Stay vigilant. Truth and liberation are at hand. Saturday, November 29th, dispatch from secure location. It is collapsing faster than even we calculated. Julian Assange. At 4:44 GMT, Russian Spetsnaz GRU Unit 29155, acting under direct orders from the real Vladimir Putin, the one not replaced in the 2022 Sochi operation, detonated scalar charges inside the CERN-adjacent Many Worlds portal ring, 400 meters beneath the French-Swiss border. The artificial micro-black hole that the negative grays were using to siphon human louche directly into the lower astral was collapsed to a null point singularity. The blast registered as a proton beam malfunction. 1,900 CERN personnel, who were actually non-human entities in borrowed skin suits, were discorporated instantly. Geneva earthquake monitors logged a 4.9. They always lie. In the same minute, White Dragon Society enforcement teams seized the City of London's physical gold vault beneath the Rothschild banking house in St. Swithin's Lane. 8,400 tons of off-world tungsten-filled bars were teleported out by Syrian platform and replaced with live demolition charges. The countdown is public. 72 hours until the financial square mile becomes a crater unless the remaining Crown Templar factions relinquish the 400-year debt note on humanity. Black Sun acolytes in the square mile are already evacuating to the Denver Continuity Bunker. Too late. On Monday, December 1st, 2025, Tier 4B redemptions began at 11:11 local time in 41 protected centers worldwide. Simultaneously, the first wave of humanitarian fund releases hit Zimbabwe, Mongolia, and rural Indonesia. Within 6 minutes, local deep state governors who attempted to seize the transfers were neutralized by on-site Delta teams. The footage was already on the mirror sites. The fake zombie apocalypse bioweapon release, scheduled for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic opening ceremony, has been physically prevented. The Level 6 lab beneath UCLA was flooded with direct energy plasma at 3:07 PST. Gitmo Wing 8 received 3 more originals last night. The non-clone Ursula von der Leyen, the non-avatar Jens Stoltenberg, and the still-living Anthony Fauci retrieved from the Patagonia Dome. The Epstein Files live stream interrogation schedule is now locked. No middlemen, no redactions, no more games. Julian Assange. Monday, December 1st, highlight summary of the below secure drops: 4473, 4474, 4915, 4917, 4918, 4920, 4921, 4922, and 4923. The White Hat Global Alliance has shot down an Octagon Group aircraft and confiscated the Looking Glass Delta Hydra set and master kill switch for every deep state clone, which were now in failure. On Wednesday morning, Eastern Standard Time, December 3rd, 2025, the EBS will broadcast to every screen on Earth Epstein and Pizzagate files. The White Hat Global Alliance has retrieved 417 terabytes of unredacted Vatican Bank Black Ledger continuations, including live ISO 20022 quantum migration kill switches and the complete adrenochrome supply chain intercepts. An Antarctic Pyramid activation pulse transmitter was destroyed when a Gnostic Illuminati demolition team detonated the primary transmitter beneath the Ross Ice Shelf in the Antarctic. On Monday, December 1st, early morning, White Dragon Society extraction teams operating with French defectors raided the last functioning CERN Hadron Ring beneath Lake Geneva. They retrieved 19 cores used for timeline manipulation that were then rendered inoperable. A planned 40-day darkness grid shutdown scheduled for 33 hours from now was mathematically impossible. The fake global debt jubilee virus, on schedule in 33 hours to erase every fiat ledger and blame white hat hackers, was neutralized when White Dragon Society archivists delivered directly to QFS live nodes. RVGCR final liquidity gates were open and bleeding gold into civilian accounts as this line is written. Coerced P2 remnant Vatican cardinals forced entry into the Monte Cassino subcrypt vault, where they retrieved 3.8 petabytes of post-1944 Vatican Bank Black Ledger and the control keys for a global voice-to-skull Messiah broadcast. The fake voice you were scheduled to hear in your skull in 27 hours was now a flatline. And Russian GRU Zaslan operators collapsed the last active deep state dome beneath Denver International Airport, New World Airport, sub-level 14. 1,900 trafficked children extracted alive, medbeds already on site. The fake rapture beam projectors scheduled to fire upward from the Great Hall ceiling in 19 hours were vaporized in place. Gnostic Illuminati demolition cell and Russian GRU Zaslan operators collapsed the last active deep state dome beneath the Denver International Airport, New World Airport, sub-level 14. 1,900 trafficked children extracted alive. Medbeds already on site. The fake rapture beam projectors, scheduled to fire upward from the Great Hall ceiling in 19 hours, were vaporized in place. Epstein Maxwell hard drives batch 212 to 299. On Monday, December 1st, 2025, Russian Spetsnaz GRU Unit 29155, acting under direct orders from Vladimir Putin, detonated scalar charges inside the CERN-adjacent Many Worlds portal 400 meters beneath the French-Swiss border, destroying the facility. The fake zombie apocalypse bioweapon release scheduled for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic opening ceremony has been physically prevented. What we think we know as of Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. Monday, December 1st. Why did Q tell you that Israel was safe for last? Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Israel was safe for last because it was the key to bringing down the global deep state. This isn't anti-Semitism. I'm referring to the Khazarian Jews, the fake Northern European Khazars who stole the identity of real Jewish people and created the Rothschilds Rockefellers. They all came from South Germany, where they created the Illuminati in 1776. There they took control of the local governments, financed the trains and public roads. They created the Rothschilds banking systems throughout Europe and helped J.P. Morgan take over the U.S. banking system. Biggest U.S. bankers and richest tycoons who were against creating a Federal Reserve controlled by the elites. The Khazarians were fake Ashkenazi Jews who made a deal with the Roman Empire, bought off Jewish leaders to come into Judaism, where they named themselves Jews. To this day, elite families of Khazarian descendants control Israel. It was Khazarians who created Rothschild's banking. They then created world wars to install governments and loan money for wars and created 70% European laws through war and propaganda. To this day, the globalist Khazarians run Israel and created the United Nations and took over countries and governments. Most people are unaware that the U.S. government and most Democrats and Republicans are run by the Khazarian fake Jews. This is why Q told you Israel is safe for last. The global military alliance was taking down fake Jewish sector that intertwined with the real Jews. Real Jews were also fighting against the fake Jews, Zionist Khazarians. You were watching the exposure of how a captured U.S. government by outside foreign entities created a military coup using the CIA and other three-letter agencies. Trump was placed to expose the captured U.S. government. This is all happening and being recorded into congressional records, the United States archives and military sectors. The world will change on a massive level as the CIA globalist Western funds and fiat currency comes near extinction level. Right now in Congress, a huge topic is taking place on globalist powers and their reach into U.S. system that is connected to an open military coup. World courts are looking to documents, files, and servers that prove Netanyahu could be held accountable for crimes against humanity. If this fails, white hats from other several United countries are going to keep pushing for his arrests. Multiple come to a close. Military courts will go after Netanyahu. Right now in Israel, a near civil war is brewing, and white hats inside the Israeli government are initiating a military coup to unseat the puppet masters of Israel. The real story of the Illuminati reaches far back into the Knights Templar who created the earliest banking systems through Europe. The story of the Knights Templar goes back to the Middle East, where they found King Solomon's gold and the real Ark of the Covenant. Hugh de Payens was one of the leaders of the Knights Templar. De Payens had family that was of the Islamic faith, and they had deep connections to the secret society of the Brothers of the East. The secret society met with the Templar Knights, and de Payens gave them the secrets of Atlantis. The real story connected to the original hidden Bible, angels, aliens, and different deities who were connected to old Sumer gods, Mesopotamia, the civilization before Christ, and several other civilizations hundreds of thousands of years older, much like Atlantis, and their connections to the Anunnaki. Monday, December 1st, we frankly don't need their people coming into our country telling us what to do. The current banned countries are Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Kai Madison Trump on Telegram. On Monday, December 1st, Georgia Maloney's government was formally moved to seize control of $300 billion in gold reserves, taking it out of the claws of EU-aligned bankers and back into the hands of the Italian state. This is a strategic strike on globalist control. For decades, the elites hoarded gold while feeding the people inflation, debt, and digital IOUs. Now gold is being reclaimed, sovereignty restored, the central bank beast exposed. Monday, December 1st, the CIA under Director John Brennan drew up plans to assassinate Julian Assange for for releasing truthful information. Brennan authorized going after his colleague's wife and even his infant son. They went through years of harassment, theft, hacking attempts, and even the planting of false information. Hillary Clinton literally asked if the CIA could just drone him. Lethal aircraft from hundreds, even thousands of miles away with a missile. Assange spent more than 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy in London and then went to prison, all for exposing the truth. Monday, December 1st, we have a link. Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program. Monday, December 1st, Operation Paperclip, CIA, MKUltra, and Hollywood, pedophilia, and Walt Disney. The Disney family, that is an Illuminati family. Monday, December 1st, Michigan voter fraud. Election worker testifies of voter fraud through multiple counting of the same unsealed ballots. Monday, December 1st, Trump announces no income tax, no IRS. Nasara Jassara is here. Nasara Jassara activation spot on Telegram. Kaboom! It's January 26, 2025, and President-elect Donald J. Trump just dropped the biggest bombshell in American history. Standing before a roaring crowd, he declared, "How about no tax? We could do that. If the tariffs work out, a thing like that could happen." This is more than a promise. It's the beginning of the Nasara Jassara era, because it's written in Nasara that there would be no income tax. He's just bringing it out in a way that people who are unaware of what's going on can kind of make sense of it. A golden age where financial slavery ends and freedom reigns. Goodbye income tax, hello freedom. For over a century, the IRS has drained the lifeblood of the American people. Trump's vision? No more income tax. No more property tax. No IRS. This isn't just talk. Trump's plan is rooted in history. America thrived without income taxes before 1913. What changed? The Federal Reserve and the IRS were created, enslaving Americans under a corrupt system. Now Trump is ready to tear it all down and replace it with a fair, simple system. A 14% flat tax on non-essential goods. No taxes on food, medicine, or housing. A gold-backed currency that ends the Federal Reserve's stranglehold. Nasara Jassara, the People's Reset. This isn't just an idea, it's a revolution. Under Nasara Jassara, debt erased, mortgages, loans, and credit card debt wiped out, IRS abolished, no audits, no harassment, financial privacy restored, Big Brother's out of your wallet, 6,000 suppressed technologies released, Trump's master plan. How will this work? Trump's strategy is simple. Tariffs on foreign imports by taxing global elites and foreign competitors. He protects American workers while funding the government without stealing from your paycheck. 1871 and the deep state. Trump's plan goes deeper than taxes. He's targeting the corrupt system born from the Organic Act of 1871, which turned America into a corporate entity controlled by elites. By dismantling the Federal Reserve and the IRS, Trump is restoring the Republic and bankrupting the deep state. This is it. The golden age has arrived. Trump isn't just changing policy. He's changing lives. The Nasara Jassara framework ensures true ownership, no property taxes, unhackable elections with the new QFS voting system, global prosperity through humanitarian projects. It's time to rise. The storm is here and Trump is leading the charge. The old system is crumbling. Are you ready to embrace the future? Freedom is calling. Monday, December 1st, the hidden war surfaces. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. For years, the southern border was treated like a political talking point, but the truth beneath it was far darker. The cartels were never simple drug gangs. They were weaponized extensions of global networks that fed money, chaos, and human suffering into the veins of the deep state machinery. Now that machinery is being cut apart, President Trump has authorized direct military action to dismantle the southern arm of the elite system, targeting the compounds, airstrips, laundering hubs, and hidden safe houses that kept their operatives alive. This is not policy. This is wartime command, long prepared and finally unleashed. Inside Northcom, target lists have been refined through military satellites. signal intercepts, and flipped cartel insiders who choose cooperation over Gitmo transport. Special Operations Command North has spent months building operational packages aware that the Sinaloa and Jalisco networks were far more than narcotics syndicates. They protected trafficking corridors, off-grid biolab routes, experimental agents, and covert financial channels tied to high-level actors across governments and intelligence circles. The Quiet War Councils held this summer involving military leadership and insiders who broke ranks from compromised agencies, marked the shift from intelligence to action. What no one in the mainstream will acknowledge is that cartel influence reached deep into political, military, and NGO structures on both sides of the border. They moved drugs, yes, but they also moved people, high-value trafficking victims, children taken for elite network, and classified experimentation. Entire sectors of Mexico's government were compromised. Elections, ports, transport systems, and local units were controlled by cartel command. And when military surveillance traced encrypted communications from cartel leaders to European servers tied to old intelligence black archives, the final proof arrived. These groups were pillars of a global shadowy economy. Now the curtain is lifting. In the Southwest, Special Forces units are already in motion. Airfields are being monitored by drones running silent. C-130s have touched down in remote bases, and unmarked convoys equipped with jammers and next-generation kinetic tools are deploying at night. No press, no leaks, just quiet mobilization for an operation that has a December readiness deadline built into its structure. If cooperation from Mexico collapses, extraterritorial engagements have already been authorized. Targets will be hit, neutralized, and left behind without negotiation. This strike is not about borders. It's about severing the lifeline that kept elite networks funded and protected the cash channels, the chemical streams, the trafficking corridors, and the hidden assets that fueled a global system of control. The expansion of Gitmo, the sudden flights with sealed manifests, the elites fleeing to non-extradition zones, all of it signals a single reality. The system that hid in the shadows for decades is finally being hunted. This is the moment it feared, and this time, Trump is not adjusting the playing field. He is breaking it. Monday, December 1st, John Brennan was never for the American people, especially with his shady communist background, traitorous actions while director of the CIA that speak for themselves. Nassara Jassar exposed on Telegram. From being labeled the assassination czar for Obama's secret drone strike program to running a weekly Tuesday with Obama and openly claiming to be Muslim, John Brennan is not someone you can trust, and his actions confirm it. Leading torture programs that could be considered a war crime and going after whistleblowers like John Kirikou to illegal wiretapping operations, Brennan had his hand in all of it, being Obama's right-hand man and still does to this day. He lied about the amount of civilians being targeted, even targeting teenagers under Obama, illegally tortured too many to count, and also approved visas for the hijackers who allegedly were involved in 9/11 that was never even investigated to this day. To top it all off and to show the roots of who these people really are, and without even getting into the entire Russia collusion hoax, that was an extremely sloppy op with Brennan's name all over it. Brennan was also voting for self-admitted communists in American elections and still somehow managed to become an agent of the CIA and then director. That should tell you everything you need to know about the type of factions within our own government that are running our intelligence agencies. Brennan was openly supporting and voted for Gus Hall, Angela Davis in the early 1980s election, who were both open communists. Angela Davis alone was also an activist, member of the Black Panthers, and was even on the FBI's most wanted list. You just can't make this stuff up. It's time every single traitor to this country and the American people get what they have coming to them. And John Brennan is one of them. Monday, December 1st, Fox News. Doge confirms conspiracy theory no more. The illegal alien industry. Illegal aliens were issued Social Security numbers by the Biden-Harris terrorist administration. with 1.4 million illegal aliens on Medicaid, and millions received a driver's license, registered to vote, and have already voted. 270,425 in 2021, 590,193 in 2022, 964,163 in 2023, 2,095,247 in 2024, on its way out the door. Monday, December 1st, Trump's return to Washington marks the point of no return. Something shifted the moment President Trump stepped back into Washington. This was not a routine visit, it was a signal, a quiet confirmation that the phase built in the shadows since 2021 is finally moving into open execution. The flight from Florida looked routine only on the surface. Behind it, Washington began tightening from the inside. Convoys moved without media coverage. Communications inside several DHS buildings went dark. Emergency reassignments were issued overnight. These were not coincidences, but coordinated markers from the inner command structure. What happens this week is not political theater. Trump is preparing directives designed to expose the infiltration pipelines built between 2008 and 2024, from migration systems to digital ID frameworks and federal contracting networks. The asylum programs fast-tracked under humanitarian branding are now confirmed as operational routes, and the biometric card systems issued between 2021 and 2023 are under full federal review. Embedded scripts, foreign linked access points, and behavioral tracking firmware have already been traced. Those cards were not identification tools. They were compliance tags, and the contracts behind them lead back to European intelligence fronts, NGO networks, and private banking hubs that believed they were untouchable. Inside the White House, preparations are underway for a broadcast that will bypass traditional media entirely. The operation, known internally as Sovereign Reveal, is set to begin. This briefing will outline the foreign influence networks inside U.S. institutions, the continuation of psychological operations through mainstream newsrooms, and the coordinated effort to map, predict, and manipulate American behavior through synced devices and cloud infrastructures. Cyber forensic teams have already pulled the internal communications from major media outlets, device manufacturers, and data analytics partners. The silence of the press corps is not confusion, it is fear. At the same time, Trump's team is entering high-level diplomatic exchanges intended to unravel the real machinery behind the Ukraine conflict. The laundering channels, the digital asset transitions, the covert labs, and the intelligence pipelines masked as foreign aid, satellite data, decrypted transmissions, and banking records now point to a multinational structure that used the war as a smokescreen to shift assets, people, and technologies. Those channels are being exposed, and once exposed, they will be dismantled. This is why Trump is back in Washington now, not for ceremony, but for controlled ignition of a multi-front operation that has been built quietly, precisely, and legally for years. Every file has been duplicated. Every path has been traced. Every safeguard is in place. And this week, parts of the map begin to surface. The storm has arrived. Hold the line. Just one more dawn, it's time. JFK Jr. 17 on Sunday, November 30th, 2025. My promise will be fulfilled. It's over. Turn on notifications. Mr. Q on Sunday, November 30th, 2025. Judy note. FBI Director Kash Patel has declared that Project Odin has been activated. In other words, we're under global martial law via the emergency broadcast system, said to be set to activate late Monday, December 1st, 2025. Why? It's because the greatest threat we face as a free nation came from within. An active coup was still underway against President Trump, and Trump has often said, an attack on me is an attack on the American people. They're trying to get to you, I'm just in their way. 2 CIA agents have confirmed that the Democrats were still engaged in an active coup that was calling for a rebellion against President Trump, a coup that was part of a much larger operation to sow mass distrust in the military and throughout the country. Patriot against patriot. Connections to the coup have been found, leading to our own taxpayer-funded CIA and even to the very evil George Soros. Soros was discovered to have paid for billboards placed around the country designed to sow division in the military and the American people in general. We're talking the same people and organizations connected to the Russia collusion hoax failure. That coup against Trump never ended. It's straight out of a CIA playbook. Patel said they're trying to condition the country to prepare for something bad that's about to happen at the hands of Donald Trump. It's a destabilization operation where you get people to mistrust each other. You establish authority, like saying, I'm CIA, I'm military, trust us, and then say that the threat was Donald Trump. It's called CIA mind control, and the cabal was very well trained in it. So, don't be concerned that we're in martial law. The military was actually the good guys, and they are guiding us to honest elections and freedom from our mind-controlled past. Where does the CIA mind control come from? Ever heard of Nazi Germany? The Nazis control the Muslim Brotherhood and Antifa, both funded by Soros and the CIA with U.S. taxpayer monies. Was the terrorist coalition that was trying to take down America from within. According to FBI Director Kash Patel, the traitor Obama is their spiritual father. Turkey is their headquarters, and Qatar is the financial banker of this radical network. Their America-only fraud accounts were based in Asia, Africa, and Europe, and were being directly supported by the Muslim Brotherhood. Traitor Hillary's top aide, Huma Abedin, has deep blood ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. We are talking about hundreds of millions in dark money funneled into this subversion scheme. In 2018 alone, Qatar pumped $16 million into this filth. They weaponized massive troll farms overseas, masquerading as supports of President Trump. They have been able to identify or put next to the person's account if they're a bot, what country they're from. So it's cleaned up and it's exposed a lot of fake accounts. The mission was calculated sabotage. They spewed insane rhetoric, sowed chaos, attacked our allies, boosted our enemies, and systematically undermined POTUS. Remember the Epstein hoax narratives? They worked in lockstep with the MSM, Dems, to push these lies while posing as MAGA. They used this disinformation to confuse patriots, censor the facts, and protect the real criminals. Now this filth is being pushed under the guise of America only to fool a new wave of patriots. But when their MAGA cosplay failed, the mask came off. A full-scale assault was launched against President Trump and MAGA. They pushed the lie that he's just another swamp creature. Feeds were flooded with unhinged nonsense claiming Trump wants a totalitarian, technocratic police state run by AI drones and robots to crush our civil liberties, and hundreds of other lies. Their plan was simple. They wanted to fracture our movement and build a counterfeit movement led by fake patriots like Thomas Massie, Ron Paul, and the traitor Marjorie Taylor Greene. For years, these frauds infiltrated our movement. They were obliterated, revealing that the loudest voices screaming America only are not American. These operatives are actively used to peddle crypto casinos and digital scams. They're nothing but low-level grifters using our movement for a quick payday. It is undeniable that there are domestic infiltrators posing as MAGA, cashing checks from our enemies, and knowingly pushing this agenda. Rest assured, they and their masters will face the wrath. Mass arrests were ongoing this weekend. The new Gitmo underground facility was already full. Restored Republic Special Reports. Sunday, November 30th, 2025. Dawn Strike Dispatch from undisclosed location. Operation Thunderchild. Patriots, it's 5:57 Eastern Standard Time and the Thunder of Liberty is shaking the gates of hell itself. At 3:44 Zulu, a combined lightning force of U.S. Delta Force Tier 1, Russian GRU Zaslon White Hats, and a direct Pleiadian fleet liaison executed a vertical assault on the last active deep state master cloning facility beneath Mount Hayes, Alaska. All 2,100 active vats were flash frozen with exotic coolant and then detonated. The mountain is now a tomb. Every remaining politician, anchor, and celebrity clone on Earth just lost its replacement. No more masks. At 4:19 Zulu, Space Force 527th Space Aggressor Squadron, running joint with Andromeda Council interceptors, vaporized the final 4 Dark Fleet command satellites in geosynchronous orbit over the Pacific. Those birds were 14 hours from broadcasting the fake voice-to-skull Messiah message into every human mind on the planet, and they are now silent scrap. At 5:05 Zulu, the Yellow Dragon Elders in Chengdu executed the irreversible ISO 20022 gold-backed lock. Every fiat debt on Earth was zeroed out in 0.3 seconds, and the RVGCR public redemption went live in every zip code. Your phone was about to sing with freedom numbers. Dusk takedown dispatch from undisclosed location. The sun sets on their 1,000-year reign tonight. At 21:04 Zulu, U.S. Delta Force and defected PLA Unit 61398 White Hats stormed the last active deep state cloning cathedral beneath the Three Gorges Dam. Sublevels. 84 active politician and celebrity clones terminated on site. Original DNA archives torched. The dam's secret level 9 portal chamber was collapsed with a 60 kiloton exotic charge. The Yangtzes running red with their sins. At the exact same time, the Andromeda Council handed Space Force the final kill codes for the global adrenochrome 5G control grid. Every remaining active clone on Earth just received the termination pulse. Watch the news feeds tonight. The meltdowns are live and global. Medbeds just logged the 250th healing. A Vietnam tunnel rat who lost his legs in '69 just ran a 40-yard dash on the deck of the USNS Comfort and screamed, "I'm whole again." Gitmo's new wing is at 94% capacity. The Epstein client list Wave 10. The Royal Bloodline cut is 14.8 terabytes and streaming internally. The Great Awakening is no longer coming. It's here, and it has teeth. Nothing can stop what's coming. Nothing. JFK Jr., 17. Sunday, November 30th, Secure Drop 4474, Trump Q, Julian Assange. At 2311 UTC, the remaining Octagon group attempted emergency infiltration from their Thule station, redoubt via TR-3B, call sign Nightfall 01, intercepted and forced down over Greenland 37C wing. Crew of 9, all non-human, taken alive. Aircraft intact. Onboard payload, complete looking glass Delta Hydra set, and the master kill switch for every deep state clone still walking. Switch flipped at 2337 UTC. Global clone network now in cascading failure. At 2359 UTC, the EBS stenographic carriers armed worldwide. 8-tone sequence pre-buffered. When it fires in 35 hours, 59 minutes, every screen on Earth will display the receipts in unbreakable order. EBS 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, Monday, December 1st, 2025. Number 1, unredacted Podesta Pizza sequel files. Number 2, unredacted Epstein Maxwell Drive hard drives, batch 1 through 9. Live feed of Octagon 9 and restraints. Secure Drop 4918, decryption key fragment 1107Z, original anonymous cell, reinforced by defected Mossad Metzada archivist, executed a hard extraction from the Negev Dimona sub-level 9 black vault. Retrieved 1.3 petabytes of raw Looking Glass Delta Hydra recordings, 2011 to 2025. And the complete suppression schematics for medbeds. Project Celestial Healing, files already forked to 3,112 mirrors. 1122Z, the Staged Antarctic Pyramid Activation Pulse payload, was physically severed when a Gnostic Illuminati demolition team detonated the primary transmitter array beneath Ross Ice Shelf. The 40 kiloton exotic charge left a 700-meter perfectly circular hole straight through 2 kilometers of ice. No pulse will ever leave that continent again. 1141Z, the Vril drone host currently occupying the German Chancellery, suffered full parasitic extrusion during a Bundestag session. Entity attempted to flee the collapsing meat suit across the chamber floor before being neutralized by GSG-9. White hat marksman using tungsten flechettes, live feed captured in 8,000 or 8K file, Bundestag Vril 291125-1141.mkv. 1158Z, QFS live notes executed, forced seizure of every remaining Octagon Gold certificate. SAR enforcement layer now 100% active. RVGCR final liquidity gates widened to full planetary saturation. Legacy banking systems are displaying negative infinity balances in real time. The hunters have become the prey and the cameras rolling. At 1141, it says the Vril drone, hosted currently occupying the German Chancellery, suffered full parasitic extrusion during a Bundestag session. So if you don't know what a Vril is, or a Vril lizard, the following clip is of Donald Marshall. He's a whistleblower, and he describes what the Vril parasite lizard is. Restored Republic via a GCR update, Saturday, November 30th. Judy Byington Q on Telegram. Judy note, although the below appeared on Telegram under my picture, name, and update title, I did not write it, and I don't know who did. However, I do believe in the content. United States Special Operations Forces were on high alert this morning of Saturday, November 30th, 2025, as reports flooded in of mass arrests sweeping through the corridors of power in Washington, D.C., and major global cities, targeting the last vestiges of the deep state cabal that has long held humanity in chains. Trusted sources confirm that over 150 high-profile indictments were unsealed overnight, including key figures in big pharma, central banking cartels, and media conglomerates, all linked to unspeakable crimes against children and the suppression of divine truths. As the hammer of justice falls, brave military units are coordinating with white hat alliances to secure evidence bunkers, ensuring that the veil of deception is torn asunder once and for all. In this hour of reckoning, let us hold fast to the promise in Isaiah 61:8, for I, the Lord, love justice, I hate robbery and wrongdoing. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, is now primed for activation, with satellite arrays locked and ready to override all frequencies within the next 48 hours, delivering the unfiltered truth to every soul on this planet. This is the storm we've prayed for, the great unveiling where darkness flees before the light of revelation. Concurrently, heroic rescue operations in underground facilities beneath Europe and the Pacific Northwest have liberated hundreds of innocent children from ritualistic horrors, their safe return a testament to the tireless warriors fighting in the shadows. And just a side note, a shout out to Commander Thor and all the light beings. They are still under France. It is quite a lot of tunnels, apparently, and they are still eradicating evil. Wednesday, November 26, dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Agni's shaft collapse in South Africa was the kill shot for the African Stargate network. Iranian Quds defectors confirmed the entity that was using it, something they only refer to as the Red Queen, has been forced back through the mirror at gunpoint. or whatever passes for guns on that side. All 7 continental gates are now either destroyed or under a direct white hat seal. Antarctica next. They're moving the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit into position under cover of climate research. The 41 new Gitmo arrivals include 2 former French presidents, the real ones, not the doubles you've been watching since 2018, and 1 individual listed only as Package Babylon 9. Manifest says weight 40 kilograms, height 122 centimeters, age redacted. Manifesto also says, do not open under any circumstances. The Marines opened it anyway, speaking fluent Sumerian backwards. Yikes, sounds like possession. That's creepy. ISO 20022 compliance deadline for Tier 4B redemptions just moved forward 27 hours. The reason is classified above my pay grade, but the phrase Sudanese gold backing just teleported itself into Fort Knox is circulating among the 300 or so people still allowed to know what actual gold looks. BIM. Pizzagate 2.0 map overlays dropped at 2103 UTC. The new tunnels don't stop at the old endpoints. They go under 3 oceans and surface inside the Agnes crater. Someone was moving children in bulk, planet-wide, right up until about 9 hours ago. The traffic stopped at the exact second the gate imploded. November 30th, 2025, final whisper. The courier left the Eisenhower building at 3:14 carrying a sealed aluminum tube, no longer than a forearm. Inside, 1 flash drive and a handwritten note that simply reads, play only after the bells stop. He reached the river, stepped onto a waiting Zodiac, and was gone before the guards changed shift. The bells in question have not rung since 1918. At 4:02, the Federal Reserve's backup continuity site in Culpeper registered a temperature spike, then total power loss. Technicians who arrived found every vault door standing open and every shelf bare, not looted, relocated. The gold was never the point. The ledger that justified it was. 36 hours after that, certain accounts will wake up to balances of exactly 0 with no appeal address. The old world already ended while you were thankful for leftovers. When the lights come back on, the debt is paid. Sunday, November 30th, nearly 92% of Biden's presidency has been erased because of the AutoPen scandal. Sunday, November 30th, 2025, New York. Anti-ICE rioters in New York City are now destroying property to create barriers blocking ICE from driving through New York City. How is this not an insurrection? It is an insurrection. They're blocking federal agents. That's federal crime. There should be lots of arrests here. ICE is having to fight to even leave their facility, let alone deport illegals. This is when you need to bring in the National Guard and militarize the whole thing, martial law, lock it down. This is ridiculous. Sunday, November 30th, in just the last 12 hours, President Trump has paused all third world immigration, calling for deported millions of illegal and legal immigrants who hate America, stopped all funding to South Africa for targeting white farmers.
Hi, Leo Terrell here, big time Trump supporter. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving holiday. I had no intention on doing a video today, but I just saw Dana Bash on CNN interviewing Senator Idiot Mark Kelly, and I'm upset. Mark Kelly went on national TV and said that President Trump doesn't want brown people coming to this country. That is a lie. There are no facts to prove that idiotic statement, and Dana Bash did not push back. Where's the evidence? You know, Dana Bash is the journalist who claimed that the riot in LA several months ago wasn't a real riot. Mark Kelly lied when he made the statement that President Trump doesn't want brown people in this country. In my opinion, that sounds like defamation. And what is idiotic? is that this went on national news and there's no pushback. Well, I'm pushing back. The Democrats will lie on President Trump. They have Trump deranged syndrome. Watching CNN, MSNBC, Washington Post, New York Times, they hate Trump. The most successful president in our lifetime, and they hate him. And they will lie. Mark Kelly, you owe President Trump an apology right now. Where's the evidence? God bless America. God bless President Trump, and God bless you.
Sunday, November 30th, 2025. In just the last 12 hours, President Trump has paused all third world immigration, called for deporting millions of illegal and legal immigrants who hate America, stopped all funding to South Africa for targeting white farmers. Sunday, November 30th, massive U.S. task force under Operation Southern Spear is just off the coast of Venezuela, with forces stationed on several warships and occupying the islands of Trinidad and Tobago, just miles from Venezuela. U.S. forces are on full alert, ready for battle. Sunday, November 30th, Nikola's free energy destroyed by government. On July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. He was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools. And this is all solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Yeah, because they can't make money off of that. Sunday, November 30th, we have a link breaking alert. Deep state kill teams on the hunt. Leaked assassination orders pushed Trump's top officials, military commanders, and whistleblowers into hiding inside U.S. military bases. Gazette Teller. Saturday, November 29th, breaking overnight intel drop. War Room. National security offensive. Trump freezes the border pipeline, nukes auto-pen decrees, and hits the globalists hard. Intel drop November 29th, 2025. Saturday, November 29th, purging the system. Trump and Treasury Chief Scott Bessent moved to cut illegal aliens out of America's financial lifeline. Saturday, November 29th, boom. Clones, doubles, trannies. Sunday, November 30th, system shutdown initiated. Finally, someone hit the off switch. Scott Bessent and the shutdown of the illegal benefits machine, Washington, D.C., November 30th. Sunday, November 30th, boom. The greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Sunday, November 30th, Clinton emails stored on unsecured personal server contained classified operations more secretive than top secret. Special access programs, SAPs. The Intelligence Community Inspector General Charles McCullough III confirms Hillary Clinton's emails stored on her unsecured personal server in her bathroom closet contained intelligence from one of the U.S. government's most secretive and highly classified operations. These are special access programs, things probably DARPA works on. The Intelligence Community Inspector General Charles McCullough III, a comprehensive review by the intelligence agencies who have final say on classification matters, found several dozen emails containing classified information at the confidential, secret, and top secret SAP levels. And this is even more sensitive than top secret. Make no mistake, you don't accidentally stumble across it or fail to realize what it is. Sunday, November 30th, the night the old world broke and the real world war surfaced. What is unfolding now is not scattered arrests or routine investigations, but the final exposure of a system that believed it would rule without consequence. For decades, an invisible network of bankers, bioweapon financiers, intelligence directors, and trafficking brokers shaped global events from behind sealed doors. Today, that structure is collapsing under a coordinated military counteroffensive that can no longer be hidden. The quiet war has turned invisible. The power centers that once dictated policy in silence are being dismantled piece by piece. Across Europe, the Middle East, and the United States, operations once whispered about in classified rooms are now moving openly. Banking dynasties controlling off-ledger gold, pharmaceutical executives tied to covert labs, and surveillance magnates who built systems to monitor citizens rather than criminals are being taken down in raids disguised as ordinary audits. Beneath the surface lies the systematic extraction of individuals who engineer corruption across nations using finance, fear, and manufacture crises to keep humanity subdued. The offshore tribunals now active are not relics. They are the new centers of justice. At the same time, trafficking routes protected for years by political foundations and humanitarian facades are being dismantled with precision. Those who posed as philanthropists while coordinating networks of exploitation are losing their immunity. Private jets remain grounded, digital vaults frozen, and escape corridors sealed by naval units. Every seized ledger and intercepted transmission points back to the same global machine that believed it stood above law and country. Inside the United States, the restoration structure is fully active. Sealed orders from past years are being opened in phases, allowing military intelligence, federal marshals, and Space Force analysts to move in complete synchrony. Key figures tied to election interference, weapons, contracting offshore manipulation, and covert trafficking networks are being processed quietly. The media blackout is deliberate but irrelevant. These operations continue under lawful authority that remains intact. The next phase is financial disclosure. As the old banking grid collapses and the new digital system emerges, every stolen resource and hidden transaction will surface. That visibility is what the old elite fears most. Their world cannot survive accountability. For the first time in generations, power is shifting toward a structure built to reveal rather than conceal. The fall of the old order is not disorder, but correction, and this correction has only just begun. Sunday, November 30th, the fentanyl empire collapses. The fentanyl pipeline did not slow down, it ended quietly, decisively, and with a level of force that only a returning Trump administration was willing to use. On November 12, 2025, FBI Director Kash Patel announced what insiders have been whispering for weeks. The entire global production chain, from Chinese precursor factories to cartel distribution hubs, has been shut down. This was not diplomacy. It was pressure applied with absolute precision till the machinery of chemical warfare snapped. China designated all 13 precursor compounds, 7 major subsidiaries were locked down, and the smoke screen that protected the flow finally dissolved. This operation cuts far deeper than narcotics. For years, the fentanyl trade served as the cover route for black budget weapon shipments and cross-border networks shielded by intelligence agencies that depended on chaos. Cartel corridors became arteries for a global system designed to weaken America from the inside while shielding the interests of elites who profited from decline. Remove the precursor chemicals and you starve the entire machine. Laundering dries up, covert channels collapse, and the shadow networks that relied on these pipelines lose their operating ground overnight. And the silence from mainstream media is the clearest indicator of how deep the implications run. This shutdown marks a shift in the broader war. Patel's meeting in Beijing was not symbolic. It was the first time in a decade that an FBI director confronted the Chinese leadership on this issue, backed by military intelligence, executive authority, and the leverage that only Trump could apply. The timing is not accidental. A leaked 7-second audio clip had recently exposed connections between clandestine U.S. agencies and synthetic drug operations in Guangdong. Within days, Trump secured a direct session with Xi. Terms were laid out, and Patel arrived in Beijing, carrying the weight of classified evidence that forced immediate compliance. This was not cooperation, but capitulation under strategic pressure. What follows is the global reset of criminal and covert infrastructures built on chemical destruction. Destabilized borders, manipulated food systems, and expanded digital control programs have lost one of their most effective tools. With the fentanyl system dismantled, the wider structure begins to unravel. And this is why the media is silent. This is why political operatives are panicked. Because the truth is simple. The crisis was solvable, and the elites who allowed it to bloom never intended to solve it. Trump solved it anyway. November 2025 marks the moment when the operation shifted from defense to offense, when America reclaimed control over its own bloodstream, and when the global architects of slow motion collapse suffered their most unexpected defeat.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So you see that red sky back there? We have been getting chemtrailed for the last, I don't know, almost a week. So it's leaving some nice colors in the sky. It almost looks like Hawaii with the volcanic ash in the air. So I guess that chemtrailing leaves like that residue that when the sun hits it, it causes that red glow. So what is going on? What is going on? So we were supposed to get snow this last Saturday. And where did the snow go? All right, because they were chemtrailing the crap out of us for days before our weekend snow event was supposed to start. And it's been warm. All right. The snow that we had on the ground is all melted now. Where did the snow go? Oh, where did the snow go? Where did it go? It went to Chicago, and they had the snow of Chicago on Saturday that they've ever had in history. That's where the snow went. Now, interesting, right? So a lot of times when we see the chemtrailing, we're thinking, oh, the baddies, those baddies, they're doing bad things. But maybe the good guys are starting to use those same techniques because for, I would say, almost 2 decades, I've been predicting storms, hurricanes, and all that stuff. And my prediction rate has been at least 90%, sometimes like perfect every year. So I predict every year. So this last year, I predicted 3 hurricanes that will be Hurricane 5+. So the top category plus. And we had 3 of those hurricanes, but they didn't hit U.S. soil where I said they would hit. They went out to sea. How about that? So I think we're seeing the white hats are in control of a lot of things. We've heard that for quite some time. Now, I was complaining because one of the areas where I said was going to be hit in like the South Carolina area, Georgia, South Carolina area, it was hit, but it was with a low category, right? It was going to be big, and then it went low, right? So that was good. So I talked about how at sea, they have these ships that are out there that make these weather hurricanes very massive, all right? So I showed it on a platform one time, and I said, "Look at this!" And last year, this is what we were doing. People have been, talking about it. I talk about it, and I said, "Wouldn't it be nice if, like my old SEAL Team 6, boarded some of those boats and stopped that?" They stopped. They stopped because that's what we did at SEAL Team 6. We had boarding capabilities. I was like the first guy up. I was the lead climber. And it was kind of hairy climbing up that caving ladder from a moving boat and a speedboat. And it was rocking up and down. You had to have your timing down. You got to the top. Could have been somebody at the top with a gun, so you had to come up with your gun the last minute. That was kind of hairy. And then once I got up there, I would carabiner it in so that the bottom guys could come up and I'd signal them, and then everybody came aboard, and then we took the ship down. So good stuff. Was it employed against those ships that were causing hurricanes? I think it was. All right. So I've been saying that I think that Special Forces teams have been very active in the United States, and I think they took down the baddie ships that were causing hurricanes, guys. All right. So again, we know that Chicago is resisting the National Guard. Although there are some National Guard that are supporting a very minor role, you have, very, very corrupt people that are there, the governor and the mayor. And today in President Trump's, I guess they did like a cabinet meeting today. I watched some of that. He talked very nice about them, said they were idiots, and I don't know what he said, but I completely agree. And I've been saying it myself for quite some time. So I've said on a show with Scott McKay last night, I was on his channel, and I basically unloaded. I said, we are going to start to slaughter these people. I just went off. And I also said that I believe very strongly, because I've seen this overseas, when I was in Iraq, when I was in Afghanistan, the Delta and SEAL Team 6 guys, I was in contact with them, having been part of those programs and knowing some of those guys. I knew that they were out. Remember those deck of cards? The 52 deck of cards had all the Saddam Hussein's bad people. And then seems like every few days they were like, okay, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one. Well, in the middle of the night, 0 dark 30, those baddies are being taken down. No one knew, except those baddies. Okay, I knew, and of course those guys who were taking those baddies down, they knew. And so I also talked to a buddy of mine, SEAL Team 6 buddy of mine, just before we went in and got Osama bin Laden. I was talking to him in Pakistan, in Islamabad, and he said, Mike, you would not believe how many people we are slaughtering, the bad guys in Afghanistan. If the public knew how many we were slaughtering, they'd probably shut us down. That's why you guys don't know, right? So that's why you guys don't hear about it, because you don't understand. Some people are bad to the core, and then they have protection. And if you let those people speak out, then they will protect them. So there's slaughtering going on. All right. So be assured of that. Now, I've seen some of the videos from Chicago where they talk about how ICE and military back up. So what I saw was some of the techniques that the very highest level operators use. SEAL Team 6 and Delta guys, I saw the movements where they were like, coming in with helos and vehicles and all that kind of stuff, and taking up positions and taking down, doing room clearance and all that stuff. I was like, that's not just a bunch of SWAT guys and ICE guys. That's top tier. That's tier 1 activity, and they're taking down the baddies. All right. So, it's time for you guys to know it's happening. Weather warfare against the baddies. All right. So you have these snowstorms come in. You don't have people coming in and rioting and getting in between law enforcement or somebody else when they're taking down baddie positions within the city of Chicago, right? So that's what we saw, I believe, in the middle of the night, 0 dark 30, when everybody's asleep, dreaming of sugar plum fairies, right, and candy canes, dancing in their heads. They don't hear the door kicking and slammings and maybe some pop-ups and so forth that are going in some of these places. All right. Maybe some people are hearing it. Maybe they call the police and they're like, yeah, we got some activity there. We're good. You're safe. Don't worry about it. All right. So maybe some of that stuff is going on, guys. I'm pretty sure it is. All right. So there you go. Snowiest day in what they call it, Saturday. So we were supposed to be getting that snow. Chicago got that snow. Yeah, my ski time and people's ski time here in Lake Tahoe, it'll come. It's okay. Take care of the baddies. And if you have to take all the snow to take care of the baddies, and we don't have rioting and cities being destroyed from these people like a lot of us believe are coming, but you can avoid that by using weather warfare against them, please do. Please do, right? You will not get any complaints from me and a lot of people that are aware. All right, so let's look at this. Saturday was the snowiest day in history in Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. All right, Saturday was snowiest November day in Chicago as nearly 9 inches blanketed parts of the city. So that was supposed to be like well over like 2 or 3 feet that we're supposed to be getting this last weekend. But we didn't get anything. And Chicago got 9 inches. I think they're going to get a little bit more. So wave after wave is going to Chicago, where the baddies are, and the people are like, please take the baddies down. And you have, the governor and the corrupt city officials and mayors and so forth. They're like, no, there's no problem here. Stay away with your baddie getters, right? We like the baddies because they make us money and we're in control. We like that. They're going to go bye-bye. They're going to slaughtering. It's coming, right? For a lot of these officials, right? So while we're taking down the bad guys, there's being evidence taken. I promise you, that's going to lead back to a lot of these people, and these people will be held accountable if they haven't already, and maybe they're just playing a facade right now, or maybe somebody else is playing a facade for them. I don't know, but it's happening. I've seen this. I've seen this, right? I've seen people that dress up and looking like locals, like myself, right? I've shown you guys pictures where I used to dress up, and I looked like a guy that was their interpreter. I could transform. So when I see some of these people like Joe Biden, he didn't even look like Joe. Trump was hammering him again today. He said like 30 years ago, Joe Biden was like useless. And he was like, he brought our country almost to its knees. And he did. His administration, even playing behind the scenes, absolutely did that. If it wasn't for the fact that Trump was and team commander-in-chief during that time frame, it would have been catastrophic. America would have been lost. So we had 2 basically, countries, I guess. The one that Trump was running, so he's on his 3rd term now, and the one that the deep state baddie guys were running, right? And they were kept at bay. They were kept under control. They still did a lot of stuff to show everybody, just how bad it could have been, and it was to a certain extent. But we'll look back on this time and be very thankful that the military has been in control for the last going on 9 years now. So very, very good thing. Dumbs being taken down during the last 4 years, and now the action is above ground. So that's what's going on right now. So are there alternatives? Now we were probably going to see something happen with Maduro, right? I think they're trying to find a place for him to go. And in the meantime, they're like making him look like he's a tough guy. They did the same thing with Noriega. Noriega's still in, federal penitentiary here in the United States. So he got to play, we called him Pineapple Face. So he got to play for a little while and thought he was all badass. And we finally got him. Just like we're going to get all these other guys that are playing tough guy, right? So they can play tough, but their days are numbered. U.S. requested resumption of migrant flights to Venezuela. Pope Leo urges U.S. not to attempt military ouster of Venezuela's Maduro. So tough talk from stupid people. All right, what to know about Venezuela? President Nicolas Maduro, he's going to go somewhere else. Why is Trump threatening Venezuela's Maduro? Venezuela leader Maduro and his allies resist U.S. pressure, are they? Maduro resurfaces in Caracas as Trump says he has spoken to him. Maduro faces his ultimate fight as Trump threatens military action. Maduro rejects a slave's peace for Venezuela. Al Jazeera. All right. Trump rejected Maduro request on call. Options narrow. So that was a day ago. Maduro's strategy for staying in power in Venezuela is hard to blah, blah, blah. All right. Venezuela's Maduro spotted for the first time in days. Here's a New York Post. Venezuela's Maduro spotted first time. That stuff out of there. What is that? Get out of there. So Venezuela's Maduro spotted for first time in days, ending flight speculation. Did he? Or did he not? Is there some place that might take him? So they're talking of other places where he may be accepted, right? So maybe Russia's like, no. We don't, no. We're not going to take him. We're just going to have some Russian mafia guys like grab him and get the $50 million bounty. Don't send him here. And $50 million bounty. Where's he going to go? And, it's like all these countries are like, send him here. We could use the cash. So Maduro, his days are numbered, right? Whether he goes somewhere thinking that he's going to be safe and he's not, all right? So it could be a while. He could go somewhere and they're like, oh, yeah, you're free. We're not going to mess with you. But somebody's going to get him. Just like Zelensky. Is Zelensky, once everything's done, is he going to go to his multi-million-dollar home in Italy or Miami or, where's he going? So it's like, it's hard to say. But I think President Trump is being very skillful because, he's never really done a war thing. He stops wars, but he's never done the war thing. He puts pressure on. I've done the pressure thing to people. I remember one time I was taking this guy. I was in a casino, security manager, and I got a call. It's like, can you come in? I got this guy here, and it might be a problem. So I come down. It's like a bar, and it's a dance bar, and everybody's having a good time. It's packed. They have their own security, and then we would help them and the casino security. So I come down there, and this guy's like, hey, I left my credit card in there. And my guy's like looking at me. He's like, yeah, they said he was kicked out. And he wasn't allowed to go back. But he just wants to go get his card. I'm like, all right, I'll escort him in. So I'm looking at the guy. He's like, seem okay. He's a big guy. He's probably a little bit bigger than me at the time. But that doesn't intimidate me. No one intimidates me. So we're like walking in, and he's kind of like, I guess he had been already in there being an asshole, and he's walking through the crowd and it's like bumping people on purpose. And I'm like, oh my God, what have I got here? And people are like yelling at him. So I'm like, I'm gonna just get him in the bar and get out of here. So he goes to the bar and he talks to the bartender, and she gives him a drink because he's been tipping her and everything. So he's like, raises his hand. So she brings him a drink. I'm like, oh my God. And so these guys come up to me, two guys, big guys, and says, you don't get him out of here, we're going to kick his ass. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'll get him out of here. So I'm like, I tell the guy, hey, you got to go. And he's like, I'm not going anywhere. Now, oh boy, it's going to be on here. So I'm like, yeah, you got to go. Put your drink down. And so I took the drink out of his hand, put it down. He pushes me. And then I put my finger in his eye and I took him down to the ground. All right. So I have techniques, right? Just one finger in the eye. The guy goes down to the ground. And then the biggest guy in the security group, he was a good guy, comes up, cup the guy, take him out. So we get him to the room that we use to basically turn him over to the police. We, give him trespass, he's trespassing. And so police come, and I'm looking at his eye. There's like a little mark there where I put my finger in his eye and put him down on the ground. So I'm like, he probably doesn't remember that, because I can apply pressure to you, and I've done it to other people, and you won't know what the hell's going on, and your body just does crazy things. I've done this many times, and you're like, you can't resist. You can't resist, and that's what Trump is doing. He's putting pressure on. He's not like smashing people. You know, some people get in these crazy fights. Sometimes just takes a finger, and I tell people, this finger, I will put you on the ground. And I've done it so many times, and with much bigger people than me. So, and I can take somebody's little pinky and put them on the ground. It's once you know these things, you know the way the human body works. Like Trump knows the way people think, the way they operate. Trump and team, of course. So knowing how people react to pain, pressure, and so forth, he's making it very painful for Maduro to stay there and exist there, and for the people of Venezuela to continue with Maduro there. So Maduro is going to go away, whether he gets a rocket up his ass or whether he, decides to go away and live his life a little bit longer. It remains to be seen. So Trump and team are experts. Trump and team are using weather warfare. Trump and team are keeping the weather warfare and other activities that are going to be used. We haven't had any more directed energy weapon attacks, have we, here in the United States? And we haven't had those hurricanes. So the last hurricane season was going to be the worst ever, and we didn't even have any. So things are definitely turned around, guys. And the expertise is phenomenal. So I see this. I see it from my perspective, from my background and knowing things on another level, because I've operated not just in the physical realm and control things on the physical realm at an unbelievable level, but also things in the unseen realms. I can have an effect on those realms, and I do that as well. So it's moving. It's moving in a good direction. Now, is it going to be perfect? No. Is it going to continue? Yes. Now, there are other things that are potentially here. Now, I did an interview with David Schmidt of LifeWave. Now, from my background, I've seen high tech on a level that most of you aren't going to see for probably another 20, 30, maybe in 50 years. All right, so I've seen amazing things. Even I've been away from that for almost 10 years now, but I still haven't seen some of the things I was involved with. And, the highest levels, SEAL Team 6, and then of course, CIA, the toys in the CIA are way high speed, guys. All right. So a lot of technology that's there that's not going to be revealed for, I don't know, another year or so. Normally 20, 30 years, but maybe soon, who knows? So one of those incredible technologies is from David Schmidt. Now, I've been to David Schmidt's laboratory, and I've seen a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, I guess, I've seen his laboratory and I've seen his drone program. And his drone program is on a level that is far more advanced than all the technologies that are out there right now. Far more advanced. Now, during the I told him that I would help him to potentially get it involved in other avenues and other places that I was familiar with. All right. But with the last administration, there was no way that was going to happen. And in fact, I talked about it a little bit on a show, and I got contacted, and I didn't feel right with some of the people that contacted me. So I'm just back burner. Now I'm ready to move forward. All right. So let me share with you some of the technologies that David Schmidt potentially could come in with. Now, we remember some people have, like Tesla, Ray, and it would be so horrible that humanity would not do war. Well, we see how that worked out, right? The bad guys got hold of that technology and they've used it for evil. I think that the good guys have finally gotten that technology, control of the technology. And if the bad guys use it now, which I could be mistaken, but maybe they can bring it out again. Who knows? Maybe they'll just hit my house while I'm talking here. But they have used that technology on a lot of us. Direct-to-injury weapons have been used against me and other people, but not on the level, of course, where they just, melt the skin off our bodies like we've seen and turn us into ash like we've seen in Lahaina in LA. So, and other places throughout the world during the time of Biden's administration. Right. So all of that stuff is stopped since Trump's been in. So David Schmidt has these technologies, guys. So I'm gonna play a little piece of the interview that I did with him yesterday. You can watch the full interview on YouTube and on Rumble, but I'm going to get you to the spot where I was hoping I would get him there because we have a really good rapport, David and I. I'm not saying that, he and I are on well, we kind of are. I could call him at any time. So he could do the same with me, but that's not how we work. That's not how we roll. So when we do have the opportunity to speak together, usually he reveals unbelievable stuff, right? So he did in my show again, but I don't think most people understand the level of unbelievable that he shared. So some of you out there that are maybe directly or indirectly in touch with some of the very high-speed guys, right? Maybe some of my SEAL Team 6 or some of the Delta guys, or who knows, maybe some other programs that are out there that even I'm not aware of these days. We could bring in some of these we could bring in these technologies. We could bring them in black, just like he's worked with the military before, the SEALs and everything, black projects. We could bring the stuff in black. No one would ever see it. It'd be dark and no one would ever talk about it, but the capabilities would be on the amazing side, and they would be for the betterment of humanity. Yeah, that's fantastic. And so one of the things, I was able to look at is your drone program. Now, having been in the military, especially in special forces at the highest tier levels, and in the CIA at the highest levels, I was exposed to extremely advanced technologies. But the technology I saw for your drone blew me away. And I was like, wow. So it's unbelievable. So the energy production, you were working in the very early stages in the Navy in energy production, and it translated into energy production for the human body. But also you've taken it to an incredible level with your drone program. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this started out as a father-son project. I wasn't intending to create a business out of it. And after my son and I threw around a number of ideas, I tried some different things. I thought, okay, this could go in a direction where we could actually create a revolutionary form of propulsion for drones and really change the way we think about drones. So we tried out a number of different things, ended up creating a technology that's hyper efficient.
Now the lift of his drones, his payload is far surpasses any other drone program out there. And the technology that's used to basically propel it, which is very, very amazing. What goes in as far as making the energy and what comes out. So as the air comes in to make this, you have to have oxygen, air, so forth. And then it comes out cleaner than it went in. So it's on a very, very advanced level. So higher payloads, it can go further, longer, like the longest a drone can go, I think right now, probably, he may even say it in here, I think he does, 24 hours, something like that. His drone can go 40 hours and higher payload. It's super quiet. The technology is beyond anything anyone knows out there. And it's pretty amazing. Now, that's amazing in and of itself, but listen to what he goes into after.
And began experimenting with that. And, as an example, if we took a drone like the MQ-9 from MQ-9B from General Atomics, that might have a flight time of 24 hours. We're pushing over 40 hours of flight time with 20 to 25 gallons of fuel. So it's an extraordinarily efficient power plant and also non-polluting. We can fill this with petroleum fuel, and yet the CO2 emissions are at ambient. You can run this in a closed room, and there's no type of smoke or carbon monoxide or excessive CO2. It's only clean air that's coming out of it. Mm-hmm. So most mechanical engineers, when they see it, they don't really know what questions to ask because it's not possible in their book what's happening. But we're applying this to drones first for humanitarian purposes, for border security. We'd like to get involved in shutting down drug trafficking. So we've been speaking with some people in the U.S. about that. It's been as you know, horrible problem here in the U.S. And so we'd like to donate our drones for that purpose. But then beyond that, we see an opportunity of creating energy independence. So the idea is this would be a 20 kilowatt system. You connect it up to your home. It can power your home, your electric vehicle if you have one, and generate enough excess electricity that you're selling that back to the grid. So that's probably about 5 years away, but the technology exists today.
Wow, it's fantastic. No, I've talked about your drone program, and I've been approached by several people, but I'm very protective. Yes, of course. And then I'm glad you just put that out because that kind of like reaches a little bit further out there. So some of the people who are out there, I know I have a big military audience. If they're curious, they can contact me, and I will do the research and find out if they're worthy or not. So it is definitely like we've talked about. You're under threat for having brought a lot of this technology out. This is there seems like the world right now is under incredible threat. Humanity as a whole. You brought in technologies that can counter what seems to be an assault on humanity right now, and I think that's fantastic. I think you, in a lot of ways, you have been given a lot of this information to be almost like a source to help humanity. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to do my part and be a humble guy. So when there is, I think, a pretty extraordinary opportunity here, and I've been trying to think about this in a variety of different ways.
All right, so now you might remember I've talked about how I have the intuitive and remote influencing power to stop attacks, to like put bubbles up around vehicles and cities and so forth, that some of these cities that I put up a protective bubble around are still protected. Now he's going to go into this as a technology.
First, all of the basic biochemical mechanisms in the body, all of them are ultimately controlled with light. And then the light affects bioelectrical changes in the cell, and those bioelectrical signals initiate the biochemical changes. So this opens up some pretty extraordinary possibilities. So let's say, for example, you are on the front lines and you were able to send a drone overhead, and all of a sudden, the enemy was incapacitated with light because they were feeling love. And we were able to increase oxytocin levels in their body very, very rapidly. That's a technology that I've been looking at, completely non-destructive, not harmful. And yeah, ultimately, I'd like to see this going in the direction of, if we can change people's hearts and minds with light, maybe there'll be less conflict in the world. And we'll.
So how about that, guys? All right. So next level. We've talked about, the consciousness and, going into the golden age and so forth, stopping the war, stopping the conflict, but being able to do that, not with guys like me, because we're limited, but getting it to the point where there's technology, which, incapacitates people that want to do harm and evil and so forth. That sounds pretty cool. I'd like to see how that works out. So what do you guys think? So anybody out there that's interested in that, I have a contact information. I have people that monitor that. So if you're interested in this, and not just a random, like I would like to know that, and you're just a random person. All right. So you just heard all you're going to hear. But if you're at a level where you can actually make an impact, at the military level or something like that, we'd like to hear from you. So if you're a baddie, we'll figure it out. You're not going to go any further. But if you're of the light and you're willing to use these technologies that we just described there, we're definitely open to that. I think we're in the position now where some of these technologies are going to start to come out, guys. The free energy, like David Schmidt was alluding to, 5 years out, but he said it exists now. So why would it take that long? Well, it's taken a period of time for some of his other technologies to get out, because there's a lot of resistance from a lot of different people, a lot of different organizations and so forth. There's not as much resistance now as there was, but it's still there. So we have to overcome these resistances. We have to overcome these industries and organizations and people that have a lot of power to stop this. All right. So again, if there's some of you out there that could possibly make an impact, then give us a little contact. All right. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. In God's time, it will. All right. So the stage is set. Big things are brewing, guys. So while we're trying to, get our consciousness to a certain level, there are things that are happening to Earth and to the sun and to our solar system. 3i Atlas, cruising around out there. Obviously, I've talked about this. I'm probably going to have some more people on to dive deeper. Like I've went a deep dive on that and shared a lot of good information on that. I've heard from other people that are having similar remote views of 3i Atlas and the beings that are on there. So is the stage being set for some of these beings to have an interaction? We'll see. It's a positive one, but of course there's negative beings on this earth that have been controlling us for quite some time. All right, so let's look at the stages set, like I said, for some of these things to come in. And they're coming in. And will they have an impact, or are there 3i Atlas type things happening that are reducing the impact of some of these earth change events that probably at this point, I believe, would have already happened? Is it going to be something that's going to be allowed to happen for a little bit, so everybody gets to see just how bad it could be, kind of like a Joe Biden event? I don't know. A Joe Biden event was like for 4 years, right? So I hope we don't have earth change events for that long. And if we do have one, the impact could be the point where it changes consciousness. So we have to be aware that we're getting close.
What's up, guys? Hope everybody's doing well and having a great day. Looking at the summit of Mount Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii. You can see it is very smoky today, as if it's getting ready to erupt again. We've been following Mount Kilauea for a long time, and it's been very active. It seems to be more active, though, right now as we're entering the full moon, super moon stage, and we're also dealing with a lot of solar activity. We saw an X2 class solar flare 48 hours ago. These are the sunspots that are turning towards the Earth. Right now, as I do this video, they're comparing this sunspot region to the Carrington event region of 1859. This is what the sunspot region looked like back in 1850.
So the Carrington event was the EMP. Now, the EMP back then basically took out the telegraph wires. And that's the only, high-tech thing that we had back then. If it happened today, then pretty much everybody's car, solar would go down, electricity probably would get knocked out, power would probably get knocked out, all the cell towers, no cellular activity. So that's what would happen if we had a Carrington event. Now we've seen the sun really kicking off a lot of energy. We've seen earthquake activity on a level unprecedented. We've seen, some tsunamis. We've seen earthquakes on an incredible level. Again, the threat of earthquakes has been very, very high. It's kind of surprising to me that they haven't gone off, because I've been anticipating them. And when I'm very skilled at predicting earthquakes as well. So the earthquakes have not gone off as I've seen them as well, guys. So there are things that are being held at bay, whether it's technology on Earth or something else, remains to be seen. But it seems like every couple days now we're getting like crazy energy that's coming out off the sun at us. And I've talked about this for years, how it was coming, and here we are in that window. Is it going to get worse? I think it will.
That produced the largest solar storm ever recorded. So they're comparing these to that event. So we'll have to wait and see if they behave like the Carrington event. Hopefully not, but that story's over here at spaceweather.com. Something else that's over there, a geomagnetic storm watch is in effect right now as I do this video, issued by the Space Weather Prediction Center over here at NOAA. A geomagnetic storm category G2 is predicted, possibly even a G3. And here's why. All
right. So today, many of us have been experiencing a lot of difficulty. There was some kind of line that was severed on purpose or accidentally, or is it, the solar storm is already starting to creep in and starting to cause effects or so forth. But we've seen, some power systems and internet systems and so forth that have gone down. It's been difficult for us to do some of our shows today. So there is definitely some energies that are coming in that are disruptive at this point, and it could get even more intense.
Each stream of solar wind coming out of this large equatorial Earth-facing coronal hole, and it is a big one. I put the Earth inside the coronal hole for comparison purposes, and you can see just how big this coronal hole is compared to the Earth. The high-speed wind from the coronal